Drive to Dallas, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come back. But that depends on how I feel. I'm kind of whooped.
We going to Louisiana, and I told you I got to do some work over the weekend, but I ain't really tripping because I at least got some time bought to finish, and my boss kind of went to bat for me, like, nah, this ain't his fault. So
Damn, Ilfred had 14, 21, and 7
14, what?
points, 21 assists, and 7 rebounds.
For Peyton?
Yeah. Yeah.
For real?
Ilfred Payton.
No lie. Wow. Well, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode. Well, before we turn up, shout in. I gotta listen to. It's been some litigation that's coming out. Oh, Aubrey Graham. Aubrey Graham. Aubrey Graham. Did you listen to that new Kendrick?
Absolutely. See, I want to hear your opinion before I get into mine.
Me? Well, I'm part of the
'Cause
Kendrick hive. So I enjoy looking at in the video he just released. I enjoy looking for the little what is it, screen crush, the Easter eggs. I enjoy that. I enjoy trying to figure out, like, oh, he kind of told you who he was talking to without telling you who he was talking to, and then I enjoy the artistic piece. What I've noticed the difference between in this whole entire beef is there's a different level of artistry. Drake is a really good rapper. Like, the fact that you said, hey, he might be able to talk trash, but none of y'all can't, is so true. Because can't none of y'all say nothing. But
no, that's where my frustration lies.
This right here. I'm going to keep it at Kendrick.
Charles Barkley and them.
I ain't worried about that. This right here, Kendrick, in terms of the art that he's doing, is like that little snippet. Like he's got his playbook now. I will say he's got his playbook. He runs the same play every time, but he's just switching out the players. He's like he upgrade every time. I like the album. Well, I ain't even gonna call it an album. I don't think it's an album. I think it's an EP, and this is hella West Coast. I mean, some of the stuff is West. Everybody from California loves the songs that that ain't for me. That ain't for my demographic. But everything else, whew, the commercial hits is fire. The intro sets the tone for everything. The intro and then follow up with Squabble Up is just, it's a fire. It's fire.
That Squabble. Woo! Let me go ahead and tell y'all, that's the opener for the playlist. I'm a big fan of both. I don't want to be in either hive or subset or group or Navy or any of that. There are a couple things that I've noticed. Number one, that Whacked Out Muriel, Squabble Up, the ones that he picked that I think are more, like you said, more for the entire country, haymakers.
Oh my God. Like six, seven. I think I counted like seven or eight. That's like not really California based. Like it's California based, but it's not California there. The ones that's like commercial, I was like, boy, this better not.
That's the other part that what I really think that makes Drake. I don't want to say he's the best artist, but he's given us He's given us the most amount of good music out of the people who we put in that category. But that's where Drake, to me, shines. Is his B-sides are... He has an elite class of B-sides. He has more classic B-sides than really any other rapper that I know. And anybody who want to put a B-side challenge up against Drake, I got Spotify and I got the time.
I think Jay-Z is probably in there. Wayne is just out of sheer volume is there.
Yeah. But the other part is, like, you're right. Drake lost. I'm not gonna sit up here and be like some of these people who I know who are like, oh no, 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 no. But I respect Drake because he said something to the boogeyman. When the rest of y'all get real quiet and y'all won't say nothing, and this is still a competitive sport.
Well,
every boogeyman, he might have taken the L, but at least he showed up for the fight. The rest of y'all letting, and it's kind of getting, it's frustrating me because y'all just letting Kendrick talk crazy and nobody gonna say nothing to him. Like,
it's true, but I mean, he got on nervous, but also, so okay, you respect Drake. What you think about him filing what you think about Drake filing that? Go ahead.
Hold on. We play basketball, dog. Just because you the best dude at the court don't mean, and you might beat me. But let me tell you, roll the ball out, check ball. We got to get back to the check ball lifestyle. Now they be like, oh no.
Go to boxing. Do a better boxing. Do boxing. Do boxing. Do sensei. Because Drake called him out for 10 years. In 10 years, 10 to 13 years, he told you, hey, chill out. Leave me alone.
Same thing Charles Barkley did with Jordan. He said, I got to see for myself. I got to the dream team, and I had to call my daughter, and I just told her, hey, maybe I'm not the best basketball player. But he laced him up and put it on the court. Y'all talk. No. Everybody's, wait. Oh, no, like.
That's not Cole. That's not J. Cole, is it? No, it's Jeff Cole.
No. It's a guy. It's just a guy who does like mock-ups and stuff.
Okay.
No, but I respect Drake because he's the entertainer guy. He's a child actor. He's the guy who said, well, if none of y'all gonna say nothing to him, I'll do it. He's really the Apollo Creed of all of this. Because as much as I love Kendrick,
this is a biased look. I don't think he's the Apollo Creed at all.
If not for Drake pissing Kendrick off, when will we get more Kendrick? And would it be, I'm going to be honest, would it be Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers?
Well, so this is where, and this is not supposed to be part of the pregame, but it is now. If you look, then you get into the deep dive of when all of this stuff was shot. Like the GNX stuff, all of them pictures and stuff was shot in February. March, right? He released all of that stuff in March. Now, I don't agree with the whole basketball thing.
Seen the turnaround.
I don't think the basketball thing. I don't think the basketball thing is good. I think it's fine. I think he called him out. I think I think ever since the Controlverse, he's been the boogeyman, and everybody's been scared to talk to him because he go direct at you, and he got flow. And then Drake just kept, subbing him, poking the bear, and he waited and waited. Now I do think he was getting his fares in order. I do think this was a long con. I do not think that he just heard first person shooter and woke up and was like, all right, bet, let's go.
Oh no. He has a disdain for Drake, and he's had it for a while. And I don't have an issue with that either. I don't have to like you. You don't have to like me. That's cool. But I don't like now how everybody's like, oh, look at Drake. Well, somebody else say something to him then. Are y'all scared?
So how you feel about him filing a lawsuit against Kendrick or against against Universal Music Group, the one that paid him whatever amount of money he was talking about, 600 million, 400 million, whatever?
That's a very tricky situation because it's nuanced. Because I do understand. I do understand how that looks. You the feds. You call the police. You was getting whooped.
You called the police on your boss. That's your boss.
No. Lucian is his boss. But within that, the music industry is also very weird right now. And I can understand how this new music reorganization is
It's definitely a
It's
fight.
really look.
It's definitely a fight.
It's some collusion and all of that. Like just like in every other industry, it's people behind the scenes getting into things. Oh, Jack Dorsey from from Square is in this. Like there are multiple
million. We can't fathom how much money he talking about.
Exactly. So that's the reason I know that people don't like that, and they like, oh, look at him, and he's gonna wear the memes for it. But I mean, if you watch the music industry for the last 2 years, there's some funny business going on for sure.
Well, the way Kendrick's portraying it is that Drake is part of the funny business. Kendrick is using Drake as a symbol, and he is. You don't like me, I don't like you, and you represent everything I hate. You not everything I hate. I'm super pro black. I'm from the land of the Black Panthers. You cosplaying. He's attacking him on multiple fronts.
But this is the thing. Why did y'all let him cosplay in this what y'all consider so sacred? Y'all all made music with him. You know how I feel about stuff like that. Either you rock with me or you don't. But don't.
Well, that's why you gotta respect Kendrick. Whatever happened around 2011. He said, "I don't fuck with y'all. I don't fuck with you at all."
And that's how I feel about people. When I'm done with you, I wash my hands. We good, and you'll never see. That's the reason people be like, "Oh no, I don't want you to think that we associate with each other. I don't like you, and you don't like me."
Yeah,
that's simple.
Yeah. So to bring it back full circle, go ahead.
I do think that Kendrick is playing the same games that Drake is playing. It's just that people like Kendrick and don't like Drake right now. It's the popularity thing.
I don't think so. If what you take for face value is true, you would. I can only assume through the lens that I see, and I acknowledge that I'm Kendrick biased. I think you're Drake biased, but I acknowledge. I don't think Kendrick has said over and over, I just came to rap. I want to leave y'all alone. Like, I ain't really tried to do nothing. I stayed inside my house. He said it. I stayed inside of my house. Y'all still talk about me. Like, there's a whole lot of stuff going on.
Don't do that either now, Kendrick. You shooting. That's what I don't like. Just say I was with it now.
He did say I was with it. He kept telling you, dog, now when I go, I'm going to go. And he warned you.
This is the thing. He also said, I'm in the house, bro. You was outside enough.
No, he wasn't. Where'd you see Kendrick? You saw him in Africa.
Okay, when I say outside, I'm talking about on the bars. You took your shots at people.
No, he didn't. He took every shot was at Drake. Everything. Every shot was at Drake. There was no other. So Big Sean caught one bar after that, and that was it.
Shooting at me, then don't be like I was in the house. No, you was in the house shooting at me.
No. You were shooting at me, and I warned you stop shooting.
It was a mutual shooting.
It was not a duel. I don't think Kendrick was shooting. I think he was warning the whole time. He said, "Leave me alone. Stop playing with me before I put you in a song." Is what he said.
You know what the difference between shooting and warning is? It's winning. Because if Drake wins, I was warning you, and I shot you.
I mean, that's
literally
a good point.
Whoever wins. Whoever wins is the warner. I told you I was gonna shoot you dead.
Drake said, "Come on out," and then I mean, we already talked about it in the whole thing, but I told y'all once Family Matters was his red button. That was the red button. He thought he caught him, and I was like, "Boy, I hope you're right."
Hey, and let's say this: Atlanta, New York, Texas, and nobody else. Y'all just gonna let Kendrick just be the man, and y'all not finna. Is this no longer a competitive sport? Is this not what we do this for? Or are y'all conceding that he's just the best and y'all scared?
Yes. I mean, people have conceded that Drake was the best and they were scared, aside from Kendrick for 2009, 2015 years.
That's even more embarrassing. He's the guy who's disingenuous, inauthentic, and cosplaying. And y'all let him set up and wreck shop for 20 years and y'all didn't have a mumbling word. Did it sound like everybody not named Kendrick or Drake or
Sauce Walker? Sauce Walker shot at him. He's just.
I like Sauce.
He was boxing. His arms are too short.
Sauce is another guy who, like, that's the part that I've learned about music is you're like, when people like you, then it's cool. When they don't like you, then you suck. Your music never changed. It's just the popularity ebbs and flows.
Yeah, I think you're not great. I look at it as you're graded on the curve. I think Drake has put out slaps and mid, and I think his music has changed, rightfully so. He actually explains it in his music. He's like, dude, like they're asking me to put out 100 songs a year. Like you're asking me to do something that's almost impossible. So he explains part of it, but so there's stuff that you don't like.
On me.
Well,
y'all leaning on me for the slaps. Like that's the only thing. Like as much as you can like Kendrick, and I'm a big Kendrick fan. I might have been a Kendrick fan pre-Drake.
No,
I have to go back.
Drake came out before Kendrick. You couldn't have been.
I have to go back and look to solidify because it's close.
They came out at the 2009 is when they both debuted. They both like hit the scene, but Drake had like he was like Kendrick was more into lyricism. Drake was a whole new entity.
You're right, but my cousin Tommy is the like I remember we were at it was like a family reunion or something. He was like, "No, I need you to listen to this dude." And High Power was the song.
Oh yeah. See, I was on Kendrick Lamar OD. Shout out to Louisiana, bro. They put me on Kendrick Lamar in 2010, 2009. Kendrick Lamar OD and Overly Dedicated.
So I picked them up at the same time.
I found out about Drake at Hampton. Probably I found out Drake a year before Kendrick. I know exactly. Shout out to Dana Farr. Dana Farr put me on Drake.
See, I was
2008.
I gotta go back and look.
That's exactly
I don't remember no Drake from college.
2008. 2008 is when the Trey Songz, because Trey Songz from Virginia, the West, we got that early. That was the end of y'all college career, and then 2009.
2009. It was 2008, 2009. I remember what song it was. It was brand new. That was the first Drake song with him and Lil Wayne. But I don't know when that came out. Jeez. But yeah, either way.
But back to the album. I like the album. I like it.
2009.
It's fire to me. He set the tone. Let's see. I really like Hey Now. It's so West Coast. It's so West. He's in the underground of LA. Like LA is known for that rapping off beat stuff. Like that weird rapping off beat. Like they got that. That's them. And they
Silk the Shaka. No, that's the Silk the Shaka first. Or no. E40. I give it to E40.
That's what he's rapping like. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. What they talking about? They ain't talking about. That's E40.
Now stylistically, well, no, I can't. I mean,
but then the production, that production's crazy. That's big budget production. Interpolate Pac, Nas, SWV. I can't even name the other ones. There's like 3 or 4 more, and it's like, damn.
I'm so mad at Luther though. Luther had so much. I was about to. That was gonna be mine right there. You know, good.
Oh, with Future, you want to add Future to Luther?
Man, I want to take SZA off. I want to take Kendrick off, and I want Dirty Sprite Future on Luther. I could have wrote that song. Man,
if Future ain't got him start talking in the media, he might have been on the remix.
I don't think that Future's wrong in what he's saying.
He said, "I didn't know that it was a diss track." Well, you had to clear it. You had to clear it for it to come out.
Yeah, I mean, no. There's also a point where you don't have to clear it. Somebody gonna clear it on your behalf.
Yeah,
Future.
They weren't gonna let that not come out. That was $100 billion song, $100 million song.
You the artist, not
$100 million verse.
Bro, respect.
$100 million verse. That was $100 million verse.
They told you. You lucky they told you. They could have just put it out. Found out. You could have found out on the radio like me and you, like everybody else. Congratulations, but Future. But I do get where Future like, hey man, y'all keep talking about big threes, and I'm standing here.
No. We're not talking about that type of big three. You pause. You're not in the lyrical conversation at all. This is all about lyricals.
Yes, lyricals is cool, and honestly, you nerds, that's fine. But when it really comes to slaps, who y'all talking to?
That's not the conversation. You changing the conversation is who's the best 3 rappers. You're never gonna put Future in the GOAT of rapping ever. You'll put him in the GOAT of being an artist. You'll never put him in the GOAT of rapping.
No, I'm not putting him in the GOAT of rapping, but in rap during this time period, this last 10 years, you put the last 10 years of Future versus the last 10 years of Kendrick.
Every album that Kendrick has came out with is better than Future. He's better a rapper. He's better lyrically. He's better. Now, Future has a crap ton of club great culture hits, but they not, well, for me, I'll just say for me, he's not a better rapper. He's not.
He may not be a better rapper, but my influence on the rap industry,
that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
It's a different conversation.
Like
that's why you're not. That's not the big 3 conversation. That's not the big 3 conversation. The conversation, because then you got to throw in like Kanye. You got to throw in different rappers and produce. You got to throw in a whole lot of people if you go talk about anything outside of the actual ability of rapping. If you throw everything else in there, then yeah, Future's gonna. But that's not the conversation.
Well, then then if I'm gonna say best rapper, then you know my answer. It ain't neither of y'all 3. But once again, if y'all are inviting Drake to the best rapper category, then he's already. That should have never been a conversation for Kendrick.
Kendrick said it was never a conversation. He literally said, "I've been better than you." He said that.
What I'm saying is, for everybody, so everybody else, what are y'all doing? How did y'all let Drake get to 2?
Oh, Drake he was the cheat code. I mean, again, the conversation ain't can Drake rap or not. That ain't to me. That ain't never been the conversation. The conversation has been who in my opinion is better, Drake or Kendrick. But what I'm saying is, I think Drake.
The rest of the Rick Rosses of the world. How did you let Drake pass you? Child actor.
I mean, child actor, correctional officer. I mean, ain't a lot of legs to stand on in that argument.
I get mad about that all the time. People just act like that didn't happen. That's a whole different conversation.
You know,
I love your music, but you are the truest imposter.
I mean, and the way he portrays it, he was in there, and then he got hooked up with somebody, and that's how he got in the game at 38, because he about 50 something now. So, like, whatever. But I mean, what I'm saying is, for the big 3, the whole thing was the big 3 conversation. I truly appreciate everything you've done, Future. To me, you are in the conversation of like Jeezy, Gucci. That's your ability. That's your conversation when it comes to the ability to rap for me. Like in terms of where you are, Jeezy, Gucci, Future. You're the big 3 of them. You the best of them. But when it comes to actual rapping, you ain't in that conversation with me.
I was about to say that. Now, if we're gonna talk about a 3.
Jeezy, good. Now, in terms of sales, if you want to go to the whole thing,
I don't ever want to talk about sales.
The answer is Lil Wayne and Drake. And if Lil Wayne just decided to stop doing drugs for 3 years, remember he came out with like 150 songs in a year, in a year and a half.
Wayne is, but see, this is where I don't like how music is put out now. Wayne has been rapping his ass off for the last 3 years, but since people don't really.
He's old.
Lil Wayne versus.
He's old.
No, he may be old.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Old.
Rakim was rapping his ass off when we were younger. He was rapping his ass off. Yeah, he was.
No. I mean, yes, correct. But when I say rapping his ass off, I'm talking about his music don't sound dated. He was just on the Tyler Wind Blows.
He reminds me of what's the dude from Roots? Golly, from Philly. Black Thought. In terms of not ability in it, but he's entering that realm of he's older. He's a demographic. Like honestly, when the people that are younger than us that are grown remember Skateboard Wayne, they remember Rockstar, coked out, drugged out, crazy. They don't remember 500 Degrees Wayne when he was going at juvie. They don't remember Young Money, Cash Money, Young Turk, the Hot Boys. They that's just a throwback to them. They weren't born in 1999. They don't know nothing about that.
Wayne heard y'all and then had like this mystical resurgence of just
So that
his
you know
ass
who's been
off.
having that rapping his ass off? Who has some good music out that don't nobody care about because they owe LL Cool J. His shit fire.
Man, hell no. Man, hell no. I heard that LL Cool J.
He's got
I'ma
3
tell y'all,
songs.
matter of
He
fact,
got 3
hold
songs on there.
Hold on, I gotta clear out. Ice Cube, I'm talking to you. Big 3. Stop wasting these good beats.
Boy,
I heard that album.
the production
are
is
a-
crazy.
Awful rapper now. Respect to you. And a long time ago, you used to be killer, gangster killer, all of that. Now
I
you
just don't like what he's talking
wrecking-
about.
No, it's bad. Cause that song, one of the songs, still made the playlist. Cause Snoop
Yeah,
paid
that's
for
the
it.
one I heard. We was talking about being,
It's a slap.
but he talking about she sanctified. I was like, bro, you've been married for 40 years. Like what you
Bro.
talking?
The lyrical content, he talking about meeting somebody's parents, bro. Somebody's supposed to be meeting you.
That's what I'm
Really
saying. Like you
granddaddy
40 years old. But he's a story. But
He's
that's
not
he's
40.
he's 60.
We
But
40.
he's a storyteller rapper. So he's telling throwback stories. It's just that's not what I want to hear. Like I would rather now he's got a song where he was talking about like unity. Let's get money together. I like that song. I like that song a lot.
But these beats are really good, and it's like, hey man, let Ty Dolla get that. Don't you touch no more of them beats. Now, can you pick a beat? Oh my God! Now, I'm sure you have access to the best West Coast beat packs that are available.
Yeah, except the Drake.
But you don't need to.
I mean that
You don't need to touch no more beats, dog. That's all
Snoop
I
and
gotta
Dre
say.
about to come out. They about to come, and they done had a couple songs. I was like, all right.
That's gonna be a much more solid project, as you've seen what Snoop has done with Death Row is over the last like 2 or 3 years quietly put out really good. I told y'all when Snoop put out the album that wasn't even a rap album, just had a bunch of slaps on it, and nobody heard it. And then I went to like a Thanksgiving or something, played all the songs. Everybody was like, "Oh, this is good."
Oh yeah. It's on
Music
the playlist. He's got Death Row. Ironically, one of my daughters. Shout out to our executive producer. Best playlist is Doggyland on Death Row Records. It's a kid's song, and it has like 1 million plays per song.
Is working. Snoop is working.
But
right now, music distribution is just in a really bad place.
well, it's
really difficult to find good music.
it's a microcosm of the economy. A bunch of wealthy small groups are trying to own everything, and streaming has allowed them to do it. And Kendrick represents, to me, the antithesis of that. And I think Drake represents somebody that thought he was good, like with the music industry, and then he realized just because they paid you all that money still means you just a high paid employee. You ain't got the freedom that you thought. And allegedly he said stuff like that in the recent past.
I think that he did, but it's the same thing of Tom Brady and Steph Curry. You win too much, people get tired of you. It's people who hate Steph Curry. How?
I don't think they hate Steph Curry. They hate Tom Brady. Drake is Tom Brady. He was winning, and you're also an asshole. Now, we also don't know what stories are true behind the scenes.
Steph not an asshole?
No. But you all not perceive this one. He's a Christian. He's a Christian. But what I'm saying is Drake also, we don't know what he's done behind the scenes. I have not taken that lightly that nobody has come to his aid except for Lotto and Nicki Minaj. And Nicki didn't even come to, Nicki came to Wayne's aid. I have noticed that. I noticed how long, like, those are the things that.
Yeah, if you see how he gets stomped out, you finna jump in there?
So you said they scared?
No, you've been in the teen club just like me. You see 80 people. No, stop this. Boy, you get stomped out next.
That's another dynamic too. Like you can't intimidate nobody either. The West Coast is in their own world. That is like that whole, they ain't no like, oh, I'm gonna call what's his name? I ain't gonna say his name because I ain't none of that. He got pulled in Houston. He got pulled probably on the Atlanta, but he ain't got nothing in West Coast. Is his own world. But I've listened to it. I have not gone through the deep dive of the album in terms of the lyrics. I haven't had the chance. I'm probably gonna do that over Thanksgiving break. I did like the new the video that came out. That was pretty good. I liked all the stuff that he's paying homage to. Apparently, Baby Keem got an album coming out soon, and I'm looking for him. Now I told you, and I'm gonna say it. And I said this when all of this happened. I said, "Hey, this is a little bit too coincidental that Schoolboy Q came out with Blue Lips and it was just absolutely fire. That Kendrick just woke up and started shooting. That Ab Soul came out with an album."
They've been. I
was like, yo, this is a calculated.
SZA got one on the way too.
Not even TDE. This is a calculated West Coast seizing of the throne. I think that they saw, and now that Diddy stuff came out, they really may have known something was coming down. And it's like, okay, Atlanta's Atlanta, but Atlanta is kind of taking over the scene of like reality TV rap. Like we're really in there. Andre, think that they no real. The lyricists are still underground. The good actual lyricists are still underground here. And then you have like New York. New York is trying to be the South.
Mike. Yeah,
he was underground. Killer Mike was underground until last year. And I'm not saying that in terms of like him. I'm just saying Killer Mike was not a global. He was more known for he's like CeeLo. He was known for Gnarls Barkley, not Goody Mob. And then you're like, oh wait, CeeLo can actually rap. Yeah, same thing with Killer Mike. Run the Jewels. He got Grammys for Run the Jewels, but didn't get nothing for rap. And now you're like, oh shit, that's a really good album.
I really wanted to see Baby Keem and Jid go at it. I really wanted that one. That's the one I wanted.
You still might. I mean, well, you probably won't now because of this whole beef. You're not gonna get the TDE versus Dreamville.
I wanted to see that. That's what I wanted to see. Give me the undercard. I know it's too much money.
I think this is a season of the throne. I think that they saw that if Kendrick came out and all of them came, and now that he came out with this West Coast album with all of them dudes, I ain't gonna listen to half of them. But like the dude that was singing, I was like, oh, he's Nate Dogg. Like it's basically he's trying to be style like Nate Dogg.
See, but this is the thing. This is not a seizing of the throne. Y'all can lean. Kendrick has won. Kendrick got a W. The rest of y'all finna have to get it out the mud.
I think TD. I think SZA. I don't know the way that he's moving, and I leave it there.
She was already gonna win though. It was
the way that he's moving. It's like he's trying. Like he did the Love Letter, the Heart Part 6. Well, Heart Part 6 because Drake did the Heart Part 6, so he did Heart Part 6.
Yeah.
And it was basically the love letter to TDE telling y'all, we had a heart to heart. I think something might come out of that. I think there's a whole lot of stuff.
Well, the part where I think, are missing the boat and will probably continue to miss the boat, unfortunately, is they don't have anybody who really makes, like, outside music. So as good as the Ab-Soul music, album is, not going to hear it outside.
Baby Keem could be that guy, but they just got to push him. They got to push Baby Keem though, because he's the one. So all his songs slap at any day party, all of them.
But that's the reason I don't really consider this a takeover. Like a takeover is like, oh, we here, and y'all are gonna hear us, like Atlanta did when Atlanta took over, and it's like, oh my God, Gucci, Jeezy, 2 Chainz, like it's just so I'm sick of you guys. I can't escape you. West Coast, they're gonna make really good albums, but I don't know of who could just be like, I'm on the scene now and I'm not giving it back. Like we've seen so many. I think
they've had YG. YG had a good. All of his shit was slapping for like 3 hours. Yeah, 3 albums.
Oh, he makes slaps, but never has it been a point where you're like, oh, I can't go anywhere and not hear YG.
I can't believe we lost to the Mavs with no Luka. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the pregame episode 168 of the Splash Cast. I'm your co-host Reggie. We're gonna get right to it. We just had a little breakdown about the Kendrick Lamar album release. But we're gonna start here, man. How you feeling today, brother?
And now I'm irritated.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that happening. Y'all know what it is when it comes to Monday Night Raw. We do the pregame. Appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all put a like in the chat. Like, follow, subscribe. Give us a pound. Give us a like. Let us know that you here. Also, retweet us. Repost us. We out there. So let everybody know that we here. Y'all know what it is with the pregame. We have a whole bunch of
18 and 16 and 3 turnovers, and we still lost.
He must have got nothing from the bench. But we gonna start off with the pregame.
Bogey with 18 off the bench.
We're gonna start off with Kyrie at 32, 6, and 7. All right, back to the pregame. So we're gonna start off with Norwood's first story.
Johnson,
Tom Samuel finishes a marathon second with one shoe. Norwood.
Yes. So I complained about not having shoes, so I met a man with no feet. No, this man's Tom Samuel. He lost his shoe midway through a cross-country race and ran with one shoe on and one shoe off. Let me tell you, they don't make nearly enough of these humans that tough, because I would have quit. I don't like when I have a rock in my shoe. I don't slip down below the heel of my foot. These things will make me stop everything that I'm doing and get myself right. So I can't imagine running the second half. I can't imagine running a marathon, or a cross-country race. And I'm sure not running half of this cross-country race with one shoe. I'm going to raise my hand like I did in football. I'm checking myself out.
Yeah, it's super impressive. It does help that he was running on grass. And the rest of y'all should be ashamed. But you're not going to get no shame from me, because I can't.
This ain't like grass. It's not manicured. It's rocks. It's rocks and sticks. Nah. I'm done. Lost my shoe. Lost the race. Catch y'all next go around. Or I pull a Jeffrey like the Fresh Prince and get that Uber and catch y'all at the end. Hell yeah, I'm not doing that.
In other news, Shai Ming, Norwood called his double agent. Shai Ming won a UFC contract yesterday.
She is.
With a head kick KO, and she's already a legend. The funny thing is, she's a registered doctor whose parents didn't even know she was an MMA fighter until she went viral. And she's actually really good.
You know how good you have to be at keeping secrets to have a whole professional sports career? Look at that girl. Now, I'm going to tell y'all. First of all, I want y'all to notice that lady was on the floor snoring. They say one of her nicknames is the anesthesiologist because she put people to sleep. This is wild. And imagine you dating this lady and you know she's doing both, and then you meet her parents and right, ground and pound. And now you got a lot of her parents and be like, oh, yeah, very nice lady here, Miss Ming. And she's humble.
She's like, I'm small. I have bad eyes. I don't have enough testosterone in my body. I'm overly feminine. But in the octagon, I'm the boss. When you meet somebody that ain't got no fear of nothing, like, oh, it's rules here, so I can just do whatever I want to. They're the worst kind of people to fight.
You're going to wake up in the ER and she's going to be the same one administering the medicine. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to check on that right there. That'd be a nightmare. I went to sleep and she was there. I woke up and she there. Why are you always in the crib? Please.
Hey, I saved you. And that's the ultimate. Hey, next time, just think before you act, because you could be right back here again.
Don't tell me that. Don't put.
What you gonna do? You gonna stand up and try to fight again? Look at you fight.
I'm gonna be apologetic till I get to a gun and I'm gonna shoot your ass. I'm not.
All right. You know how kung fu movies do? They catch the bullet. Now what?
We finna see, Bruce.
In other news, speaking of ops, Novak Djokovic hires a former rival, Andy Murray, as his new coach. The two shared the news in a statement explaining Murray, who retired from the competitive career after the Olympics in July, will work with Djokovic during the offseason and at least through the Australian Open. I will say I'm super surprised at this, only because I thought he was gonna retire. Djokovic is old. Like I thought Djokovic was gonna retire. You got Andy Murray. I think Rafael Nadal, if he hasn't retired, he has basically cut his schedule down to nothing. Yeah. I thought Djokovic was the last one in line to retire, and the fact that he's not going to keep going is surprising.
He made $16 million last year. We'll run it back again.
And I pay you $1 million a year. I'll just pay you $1 million a year, and we could just play. Yeah, at this point, we're just friends playing against each other, and you tell me what I'm doing wrong. And all of this is to catch the young boy out here killing it from Spain.
Oh, and honestly, that $15 million he made last year was his best year in 5 years. Hell yeah! No, I got one more. I'll just y'all gonna have Tom Brady me out of this. As long as I'm winning and the money coming in. And then
because he's still top 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey, when Saudi Arabia come up with a tennis league and they pay people $1 billion to go over there and serve, I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna take all of this money until it ain't no money left.
It's time for one of my toughest opponents to step into my corner. Boy, that's a throwback picture right there. That had to be like 98, somewhere in there. No, 2010.
I like this because this is one of the few sports you can actually kind of get this.
Golf. I think golf is the same.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a little different because it's not like you're gonna go caddy for the dude.
Yeah.
But for me, I mean, I like it. It's an interesting dynamic, and I'm like, does he give him everything, or does he hold back? You know, like I always think about like Jordan and Kobe and stuff like this. Like I feel like Jordan will give you a lot, but he's not gonna give you everything.
Somebody said in the comments, this reminds me of Rocky and Apollo in Rocky 3. Like, that was your fiercest opponent at first, and then finally it's like, all right, I need to beat this guy, the Russian that's going to kill me eventually later on in the movie. But you got to beat that dude. So, it is dope. I don't know if anything really comes of it.
Are you telling me that we will get a collaborative album between Drake and Kendrick Lamar in 10 years?
I thought of that. I thought of, is this like a super complicated way of taking down the record labels? If Drake kind of like sacrifices himself and like they go at it and then they both say F, because now the move of him suing the record label that's paying you, that to me, that's a huge move to me. That's almost like severing ties.
I mean, Brian Flores is quietly doing it very well. Yeah, y'all went to sleep on Brian Flores through the NFL, and then he's still one of the hottest assistant coaches in the NFL.
I'm gonna tell you what won't happen with him. They ain't gonna win no playoff game. They gonna fix the game. The fix is in, unless we get some news that that lawsuit been dropped. The fix is in. You ain't gonna go nowhere.
They gonna Kaepernick him for sure. You saw what we did to the last one. Got away with it too, if not for you meddling kids. But yeah, I mean that is a kind of good thing that you got to think about. I guess maybe one day in the future is like eventually everybody gets old, and then everybody kind of puts their differences aside. I mean, we got Nas and Hov. I mean, there's got to be room for everything eventually. Maybe
we ain't really, and that Nas and Hov. I mean, we did. They were just like, all right, we're gonna be cool. I don't know if we really got Nas and Hov, because after they pieced it up, every time that Nas dropped, Hov dropped something.
Man,
for like 7 years.
Jay-Z is another person who's quietly a demon, but since he's nice and his wife is Beyonce, they don't really give him.
I'm about to say, and because he's nice, it's because his wife is Beyonce. That's why. And he just faded to the back.
He got a lot of evil passes in there too, where he be bullying people. And I think he still be using Rock Nation to bully people, but that's a different conversation for another day. 100%. Let's talk about Chris Sale.
Shout out to Chris Sale. Talk about waking up. Chris Sale was talking about retiring. He was talking about not being in the major leagues after this year. He thought this year was just going to be another mediocre. It was his kind of like last hurrah. And he goes out and has the best year of his career. He wins, I think, 2 weeks ago. We told y'all he should be in the Cy Young conversation after he came back from like comeback player of the year and all this other stuff because his back. I think he won a Gold Glove. So the trifecta is over. I think he's won the trifecta. I think he has won every pitching award this year, which he should.
Oh,
Congrats.
So we got him again for next year.
For one more year, yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. I don't know why I thought he was gone. Oh yeah, 22 million in 2025. Run it up, pay that man.
Well, the Braves, that's another conversation because the Braves are shedding salary quiet as kept. They are shedding salary.
Hey,
they ain't really signing nobody like big names yet. I heard they going after some pitchers and I think Charlie Morton might be out of here, unfortunately.
Such
because he's 42. But shout out to Chris Sale, man. Well,
if we let you play at 41, then we done our job.
Yeah. If you playing at 41 and we don't hear your name in any way, shape, or form, that means you're inconsequential. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the pregame of our deep dive of the Kendrick, our shallow dive of the Kendrick Lamar album, as well as talking about.
Nope. Stop. Not the Kendrick Lamar deep dive. Don't care about that. Go like, follow, and subscribe to Realest Podcast in the World. Go listen to the playlist. It will be 36 of them things. Now, Kendrick and Drake, congratulations, but we here for the year. Reggie Norwood.
We'll be back with our HBCU news around the culture, football, and basketball. Y'all stay tuned. Go get y'all a little beverage. It's Thanksgiving weekend. Some of y'all should be taking off, having a good time. Gonna be doing some traveling.
And y'all teachers out the whole week. I know y'all being irresponsible out here in these streets.
Oh man, y'all stay tuned. We will be right back. Like, follow, subscribe.
Mismanaging your lifestyle. Just
Lord have mercy.
Yesterday somebody whacked out my mural. That energy'll make you niggas move to Europe. But it's regular for me, yeah, that's for sure. The love and hate is definite without a cure. All this talk is bitch made, that's on my lord. I kill them all before I let them kill my joy. I done been through it all, what you endure. It used to be fuck that nigga, but now it's plural. Fuck everybody, that's on my body. My blick first, then God got me. I watch them pander with them backhanded compliments. Put their head on the Cuban link as a monument. I pay homage and I'll always mind my business. I never lost who I am for a rap engine. If you wonder how I did it, yeah, nigga, going up your rank. Know you a god even when they say you ain't. Yeah, nigga, keep your feelings out the way. Never let no one put smut up on your name. Yeah, nigga, keep your head down and work like I do. But understand, everybody ain't go like you. Yeah, nigga, if they say it's love, you been lied to. A couple rules of engagements, I'ma guide you. Riding in my GNX with Anita Baker in the tape deck. It's gonna be a sweet love.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, episode 168 of the Splash Cast Monday Night Raw. I'm your co-host, Reggie.
I'm your co-host, Norwood. What Reggie just did was egregious. He got right to the point where the beat was about to drop. The anticipation is really getting to a paramount and cut it. And I was like, what? But ladies and gentlemen, like my co-host said, welcome to the Splash Cast. I am Norwood. Our powers combined. We are your HBCU homeboys. Buenos noches. Good night. Happy Monday. Monday Night Raw. Have a drink. Have a seat. Enjoy yourself.
Is that what Buenos noches means? Good night?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. But y'all know what it is when it... Y'all know what it is when it... Huh?
That Spanish lady singing all them songs. Y'all know what she was saying.
Y'all know what it is when it comes to Monday Night Raw. We start out with our HBCU news around the culture, followed by football news and basketball news. I'm gonna start letting y'all know when we go from segment to segment. We're gonna start out with our HBCU news around the culture. Before we get to football, we're gonna talk about shout out to Lemoyne Owen College. Hard to believe that they have never had a mascot, and they debuted Walker the Magician, top hat and all.
Y'all missing it though. Tell me when you get it.
Nope.
Black Magic. I love
it. That's what he should cut. That's what I would have named him, Black Magic. I wouldn't have named him Walker to the Magician.
Reggie want it to be understood. Hey, what's his name? Black Magic?
Yeah, HBCU at HBCU. Black is in the name.
Yep, just that quick. We've named the episode Black Magic.
Oh, Lord. But shout out to them. All right, so now we're going to get to football. Tennessee State. I wanted to highlight this before we get to Division II and Division III and come out SIAC. But Tennessee State keeps their playoff hopes alive. They ended up beating Southeastern Missouri State, the number 11 FCS team in the nation, 28-21. They ended up getting a chance to go. Not only did they win their division, they are now co-champions of the Big South / Ohio Valley Conference, which I think they combined, and now they are the Big South / Ohio Valley Conference. It's the first 9-win season since 2013 and the first conference title since 1999. 25 years. Shout out to Eddie George.
Yes. Number one, congratulations. Big South, you may be familiar with from earlier podcasts. That was once the home of Hampton before they moved to the Colonial Athletic Association. With that being said, what Eddie George has done at Tennessee State is a masterclass in quick, effective success in what I think to be the most difficult road to HBCU success, because you're playing the most difficult competition. And for him to come in and win this championship is immensely impressive. I wish that he had the same media team that Chennis Berry had or TC and Dion had with Jackson State, because I just don't think that he's getting nearly enough credit for this immense success that he deserves. This is
Unfortunately, he's a victim of his own personality. He's not a loud rah-rah type of guy. It was kind of like, it was not surprising, but like he was really intense, and like if he was on the field and he really, really started going at you, like him and Ray Lewis, that brought the best out of him and Brian Dawkins. But for the most part, he would just like run you over you and get to the end zone. And that's kind of his personality now. Yeah, that's his personality now. I'm just here to do the work. We talked about it before with the land grants. We talked about it before with working with the Titans. We talked about it with so many things that he's doing in Nashville that's under the radar in terms of coverage. And I will say he's going to get the coverage now. Don't let them win. They mess around and win. They play Montana in the first. They play Montana in out of the Big Sky Conference in the first round of the playoffs. So it's kind of like they do basketball as like a play-in, and then they'll end up playing South Dakota State if they win. So, what are you about to say?
I just don't think enough people know. He's doing too good of a job, and not enough people know. It's one thing to do a good job, but in the era that we live in now, you got to find a way to let people know. And
is that Tennessee State's fault?
It's a cumulative fault. Even him, he's not selling the program well enough. Not enough people know how good you are. That's a part of it. So, yeah, that's part of it. Also, Tennessee State, y'all should be dropping every dollar that you can, that you've identified your coach, and he's taking you to levels you've never seen before. you should be dumping money into his pockets, and you should find a way to find him onto every sports show that he can be on.
He should be all through Nashville for sure. You're right. He should be all through Nashville. There should be a lot of media on him. But that's not his personality, though. He don't even like doing the Heisman House.
You gotta. I don't care about none of that, man. You gotta find a way now. Even as much as like Nick Saban and Bill Belichick are stoic and didn't do too much talking, then that's what you gotta sell them. You gotta sell them something. You can't. You're right. Everybody's not gonna be Deion. Everybody's not gonna be able to touch a product to sell it. But you have to find, hey, this is the profile for our coach, and this is what we're gonna sell. Maybe it's that he's just really clean cut. Like, that's the thing. He's clean cut. He got an R&B wife. He seems to follow, like, to live on the right side of things. Like, sell him like Barack. Clean, like, perfect.
How long you think he stays at Tennessee State?
I mean, at this point, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure if there are a lot of people clamoring because I don't think the people know.
Let me tell you a team that if he keep winning, and unfortunately they'll be a victim of their success. If he keeps winning, somebody will. And let me tell you where the timing is lining up for him. We've always said I know it's Heartland country, and you know, if you know, you know. But Ohio State, if they don't win a championship this year, Ryan Day is going to. He's already on the warm. I know, but still, if he wins a game, you have to look at him. You have to at least look at him.
I thought you was gonna say that. I mean,
Heartline.
Nah, I'm talking about the Titans.
No, they might. I don't know.
I mean, look what everything else they done picked. It's not like you done pick. We gotta start getting to the. If you're not making good decisions, then you need to do something different. Switch it up.
It depends on what they're trying to do. Money is the bottom line, and not saying they can't pay him, but if you're gonna go get a college coach, I would assume, and this will be later on in our college football segment, I would assume Deion would be at the top of the list just because of what he can do and the revenue that he brings in. I think Deion would probably be there, and then you would end up talking to Eddie George if Deion turns it down, in my opinion. But that's neither here nor there. Not to bury the lead. Shout out to Eddie George and Tennessee State. We'll be watching. We hope that you beat Southeastern Missouri State. And we hope you continue to do good things at HBCUs.
We support you, Eddie. And wish more people would do the same, man.
Yep. Let's get to Division II and Division III. So both Division II. Miles College and Virginia Union claim historic D2 playoff wins. They both got their first ever playoff wins. Virginia Union beats Wingate in overtime. And then Miles beat Carson Newman. Miles beat Carson Newman. So Virginia Union beat Wingate 34-31, and they'll end up playing Lenoir Rhine in round 2. Virginia Union had a hell of a season. Shout out to Virginia State. They beat Virginia State in the final, and they ended up having a hell of a season for the CIAA. And we'll be watching. Hopefully, they can beat Lenoir Rhine. Lenoir Rhine is a pretty good team. I mean, you're in the playoffs now, so at this point, everybody's a pretty good team. So shout out to Virginia Union.
Yeah, congratulations on another win. This gets them moves them further in the playoffs. We supporting HBCUs to the championship, and you know that. Yeah,
man. Another win would be. It's already historic, so I don't even know what else to say besides this historic. Another win would just be crazy. And shout out to Miles. Miles eked out a win over Carson Newman, 14-13. And they'll end up playing Valdosta now. Y'all about to play the number 1 team in the nation, Miles, in Valdosta State. Y'all know how they do us. But shout out to Miles nonetheless for getting their first playoff win. And they play Valdosta State in South Georgia this weekend.
Gonna be another good game. And let's go, Miles. You got it. You think they win this one?
Against Valdosta State? No. Valdosta State, number 1 team in the nation.
Oh.
You made me say it. I said it earlier. I'm like, they're the number 1 team in the nation. Or they're the number 1 team in their bracket. I won't say nation. I think it might be. No, they might be number 1 team in the nation. So, they're not going to win that game. But the fact that they even got to win both of these teams is a big deal. I hope y'all win.
Right in here next week, and I'm like, told y'all. Or I'm going to skip it.
What we gonna do? Shout out to a great season for the Miles Golden Bears. That's what we're gonna start saying if they lose.
When they start congratulating you on your season being over, got tore up.
Speaking of that, shout out to the CAA. Hampton season is now over. We lost 41. Well, it was over regardless of the game, but we lost 41-31 to Albany. We ended our season 5-7, 2-6 in the conference. A lot of places for improvement, a lot of places we can build. We still dominated who we were supposed to dominate. We beat who we were supposed to beat. We just got to get up to the par of the CAA.
And I want to say a couple things. Remember, we started our season getting our coach after everybody else for whatever reason.
Didn't understand.
At the end of the day, wins cure everything. So even though we got our coach late, we ended the season as a top 10 HBCU school. And if you really look at like operating budgets and how much money we had versus these other places, this is a big win for us. I think that, like Reggie said, we did what we needed to do against HBCU schools. The next place for us is to compete at, and I'm not even going to say compete. We need to try to be a mediocre team in the CAA. Incremental growth.
Mid.
And
we just need to be mid.
And I will say we had a couple ball bounces that didn't go our way, but we could have easily been middle of the road in the CAA. And that's an accomplishment. I know y'all don't want to hear that, but I'm going to tell you, I'm honest. I'm straightforward to the point. I'm not going to give you anything biased. This is a successful season. Much to build and grow on. I look forward to seeing what we do next season. Perfectly decent season from the Hampton Pirates. Actually, I ain't going to say decent season. Good season, because this was not the expectation. We won games that we definitely thought we was going to lose starting out. That Norfolk State, Howard, all of those, we weren't supposed to pick those. We weren't supposed to win those games. We weren't picked to win those games early in the season.
Well, like I said, building blocks. Hopefully we get better. We got a few underclassmen. There's not a lot of players you're going to know that's going to be sent off to the Senior Bowl, not because they're not good enough, just because we don't have a lot of seniors. So hopefully we don't get hit hard by the transfer portal and we can keep our players because we do have one of the better rushing attacks. So
we don't have Jadakiss Bonds like we did last year.
Nope, not yet. Not yet. And then misery loves company. North Carolina A&T ends its suffering. They lose 31-21 to Elon. 1-11 in the season, 0-8 in the conference. Finishes with 10 L's in a row after winning their first game. Folks is saying they need to know everything. New coach, better recruiting, new O-line, D-line. Our defensive backfield needs to start camp now. The receivers need to have their own routes down by tomorrow. And the quarterback needs a tire and garbage can pronto. Like, there's a lot going on. But, I mean, you knew A&T was rebuilding. They kind of lost their way. Ever since pay me my money left, they're trying to figure it out. So, unfortunately, this is the downside of what happens.
Yeah, that's the other part is they got to the CAA and they got to be close to over or one win. So yeah, for us to be mediocre, you gotta have a comparable to understand where you stand in this whole scheme of life. So they are unfortunately, as much as we celebrate HBCUs, they are in the cellar of the CAA. And I mean, also,
I think they're in the cellar
they're
of black
money-
college football.
they're,
They're down there
they're-
flirting with Mississippi Valley State.
which is crazy because of how much money they have and how many people they go to their school. That
Yeah,
A&T is a big HBCU. And then you can't have that. And I mean, you got the Terrence J notoriety, so people are watching.
Yeah, but people ain't watching
somebody
for football. People ain't watching for football. People watching because
Now-
A&T is A&T.
Yeah, but there also is an expectation that you're not terrible. Like you don't want to become the joke.
Why has
You
that
don't-
been the
you don't want-
expectation? They've been a joke for 3, 4, 5 years. When last time they been good? They beat Dion. Let's see, Dion's in year 2. They beat Dion in first year at Jackson State, right? No, that was Central. I lied. A&T ain't been good since a long time. They ain't been good for a while. Pay me my money. Was the last time they were good?
I need to go back. They had a decent football year. I don't know how to go back and look on this. Because they put the dude in the pros, the running back dude. I'll go back and look.
Tyree Cohen, that was like
information
2009. Ravens
I
whooping
need
that
to go
ass
back.
though.
I'll look and we will have a conversation. For sure. But at the end of the day, yeah, y'all need to do better. We want y'all to do better, but you have to do better. Or they're gonna fire everybody. If you go over, they're gonna fire everybody. Y'all ain't win no game? Nobody?
Well, I mean, also that's your fault for going there. Y'all knew y'all weren't supposed to be there. Y'all knew y'all weren't supposed to be good. Like what you thought was gonna happen? You thought y'all was gonna go in there and magically just go 500? No, y'all gonna get stomped out like you getting stomped out in the mirror.
Hampton low key did. We the only team to get better in the CAA. We was terrible before and then got better. Just sometimes you gotta fight through it. Just fight through the struggle. You want to talk about Chinnis and the Celebration Bowl?
Let's see. There were some MEAC games this week. And North Carolina Central beat Delaware State 52-10 to end their season. Also, shout out to Juan Velarde. He hit the longest field goal in program history of 53 yards to cap it off. Great season for North Carolina Central. They just came up a little bit short. They lost a couple games they weren't supposed to. And then they were supposed to lose South Carolina State. I told y'all that was going to happen.
I mean,
I called
they
it.
lost one conference game. They went 8-3 for the season, 4-1 in the MEAC. You ran into a buzzsaw, which would be a running theme in this show. Ended the season right, 52-10, ass whooping over Dell State, who just keeps getting stomped out.
Well, Dell State's a
Howard
basketball
lost.
school.
Correct. Howard lost to Morgan State.
35-21.
Yeah, 35-21. And Howard is actually pretty disappointing. 4-8 on the season, 1-4 in the MEAC. That might actually get some people fired.
I didn't see that coming. Not gonna lie.
1-4 in the MEAC is unacceptable, especially with Jordan money.
1-4 in the MEAC of the team with 16 in the conference with 6 teams is tragic.
Yep.
That's like being 0-2 in the Pac-2. There's only one other team.
I guess you lose
Because you play each other twice. They playing each other twice next year.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Morgan, more middle of the road, 6-6, 3-2 in the MEAC. Y'all had all the MEAC preseason All-Americans though. That's my only objection with you guys is
we need to look at we're gonna start vetting them sources now, y'all. We took y'all for because all these teams that had all these
Dion has really done that. We have to re-vet. We need to vet at day one of season start. I need to know who is still on your team. So all them transfers that you call, all them people that was in your recruiting class, they have now transferred somewhere else. You drop that recruiting class down. All them All-Americans that are preseason All-Americans that ain't regular season All-Americans. We got to do some accounting because it's everything looking funny in the light. But I mean, Morgan, nobody gets fired, and I mean, damn, 14. I mean, Howard, y'all put them little 14 measly points on at the end of the game.
Yep.
For the
Yeah.
most
I
majority,
mean, yeah.
37-35.
Yeah. Morgan dominated this game, and then of course you had. I don't even want to call this a football game between South Carolina State and Norfolk State. This was just more of a coronation. South Carolina State beats Norfolk State 53-21 on Senior Day. They're commemorated with ESPN events cordially invite South Carolina State to the Cricket Celebration Bowl, making it officially official. Not only did South Carolina State get to the Celebration Bowl, they got there by winning the MEAC for the 19th time. First year coach Chennis Berry took them undefeated in the MEAC, talked a lot of noise, told y'all what he was going to do after he did what he was going to said he was going to do at Benedict, and came down and won the MEAC and won the American Football Coaches Association Region 2 Coach of the Year.
1 championship, 2 championships, and a championship, 3rd championship game on the way, and I think they're the favorites. He could win back to back to back. 2 at Benedict, come right in here and win another one.
I hate to say that. I think he's gonna be there for a couple years, but eventually they're gonna get him out of there too. He's gonna get snatched. If he keep winning, they're gonna try to get him up out of there. But I mean, he is. I say this and then he could end up leaving next year. But he seemed like he down for the culture. Like, he ain't really entertained, that I've read, any other jobs outside of HBCU jobs. And I mean, he's got to be what, 40 plus wins and 2 losses in the last 4 years.
Oh,
and 2 of those losses are those 2 losses are playoff losses after winning.
When he do the alphabet, he go from J to M.
Yeah, ain't no L's over there.
K to M.
Been a while.
Been
a while. But so the MEAC season has concluded. I'm not surprised. I told y'all, so that's one pick I had correctly, that South Carolina State was going to win the MEAC. Let's move on to the SWAC, which is all the way surprising, but not. So you had a slate of games. You had PV. You had a bunch of games going on. You had Alabama A&M versus Valley State, PV versus Alabama State, Jackson State versus Alcorn, Texas Southern versus Pine Bluff, and FAMU versus Bethune-Cookman in the Florida Classic. Alabama A&M just wins, but Mississippi Valley State, every time I see that they put up a good game, they lost 49-35 to Alabama A&M. Every time I see that they put up a good game, I look at and kind of shake my head at Deion for taking their coach and having him coach at Colorado and then letting him go. I know there's 2 sides to every story, and I know that he was only getting paid whatever. He's getting paid peanuts. But that team had beat Jackson State. And then Deion went and got him after you beat him. They were on the cusp of being a really, really good team. He was recruiting and everything. So, but Mississippi Valley State seems like they're always right there at the end of the season. Hopefully they can turn the corner next year.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting closer to competitive. And that's what you just don't want to be, the perpetual doormat of the conference, especially this conference. And if they could, now I understand they got a different. You look at Jackson State with all that money. You look at Mississippi Valley State, who has $1 million for, I think, their entire athletic program.
At one point they did. I think they got some. I think Deion, ironically, when he made that post, because he had to interview the AD, right? The AD was super young. He's like, dude, we got $1 million for everything. We practice on the tennis court. I ain't seen that since rec ball.
Oh, I mean, who was that was doing that? Was that Clark or was that Morehouse or somebody else who was doing that? Who did not have a practice field? No. It was somebody in Atlanta who did not have a practice field at all.
Oh, Clark and Morehouse.
Yeah.
One of them, I think it's Morehouse. Whichever one got the bleachers on one side with the red track, I think that's Morehouse. They didn't have a practice field at one point. But either way, you also had Prairie View Well, I'm sorry. You had FAMU beat Bethune-Cookman 41-38 in what seems like to be one of the most disappointing seasons. FAMU their season came off the rails at the end. Jackson State beat Alcorn State 48-10. Texas Southern 31-23 over Arkansas Pine Bluff. And Prairie View loses to Alabama State in the game of field goals. The struggle win 9-6. I'm surprised about the FAMU game. I'm surprised about FAMU in general. I didn't see them struggling like they did.
FAMU has a lot going on right now, and we're gonna talk about the volleyball championship here coming up. But there's only so much you can do with all of the things they got going on before it manifests.
Oh yeah, you're talking about off the field.
Yeah, like
and the administration,
your athletic department, your admin department, everything can't be going crazy. You know, I give them a lot of respect for holding on as long as they did. It looks like towards the end of the season just fell apart, which looks like the athletic department falling apart. So yeah, it's, you know, organizations have a lot to do with the success or lack thereof at every level of sports. The better organizationally your team is run, the higher chance that you will be competitive. And when they're not run well, you look like Mississippi Valley State, or you FAMU and you lose the teams you have no business losing to, or if you're run very well like Jackson, you continue to win.
Yeah. Speaking of run poorly, Prairie View parts ways with head coach Bubba McDowell after his third season. He went 17-18. You see Dion talking about no.
Yeah, I mean,
I will say this was surprising. I don't think anybody saw this one coming, but it said it was also a mutual parting of ways. To me, that's mutual
dissolution. I mean, this ain't for everybody. That's the other part. Some folks ain't cut out. You got to do a lot more with less.
Well, I think it's also a different day and age. I mean, it's just a different day and age. Maybe it's not as big of a difference now as opposed to the other big schools that really have to deal with NIL and all this stuff. But it's still like people come poach your players. People are poaching our players.
We're gonna see, I think, a lot of older coaches step out of this because this ain't what they signed up for. Nick Saban ain't the only person who don't want to do this. You either have to commit to doing this, or you're going to have to move out of the way. The only person, Dabo is the only guy who fights the portal. And as soon as he's not successful, they're going to get rid of him.
Yeah, but he in the ACC. So, I mean, he about to be in the championship game, or he going to be in the play. He going to mess around and make the playoff as an at-large.
You see, UNC, they ready to fire Mac Brown. He's like, y'all gonna, they're like, he won't step out of the way.
Y'all had to pay him all that money. You had to pay him all that money. But we do want to send our best of luck to Bubba McDowell, because one thing he can coach is defense. And I do. Southern, look, we done missed on Chennis. Go get you a defensive coordinator. Go on and get you one. He's pretty good. And also, shout out to Alabama A&M's Carson Winston becoming the first HBCU player invited to the 2025 Reese's Senior Bowl. He's an offensive tackle who has a lot of draft buzz. They like his measurables, paws if necessary, long arms, long legs. The first but not the last. We know that HBCU's stars thrive at the Senior Bowl, and this is just the first one. So shout out to Carson Winston. Cool. Nothing. All right, and then
I don't know why. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I was thinking when you said Carson Winston. I was like, Carson Wentz.
Vincent with a V.
I don't know why I heard that. I was like, Wentz. No, I don't think that's not his bag for sure.
Yep. So also finally, the final top 10 of HBCU football has been released. Jackson State number 1, South Carolina State number 2, Southern number 3, Tennessee State number 4, Central number 5, Alcorn State, Prairie View 6 and 7, Hampton at 8, Morgan State and Alabama State at 9 and 10.
Let me fix this for y'all. Jackson 1, South Carolina State 2, Tennessee State 3, North Carolina Central 4, Southern 5, Alcorn 6, Hampton 7, PV 8, Morgan, Alabama State. That rounds out your top 10. That's what I believe to be right.
Mine is Jackson State, South Carolina State, Central, Tennessee State, Southern.
You think Southern better than Central?
No, I said Central, Tennessee State,
one.
Southern. I said Central, okay. Tennessee State, Southern. I think Southern's 5, Central is 3, Tennessee State is 4. I don't know why PV is on this list. I mean, maybe they just ran out of black schools to put on there, but I don't know why. I think they like 3 and 6. They like 3 and 7. Like Alabama State should be up there probably at 6 or at 7. Throw Alcorn State at 6. Hampton is probably in its right seating. Maybe you could put them at 8, at 7. You know, and then Morgan State. I think Morgan State is better than people think. I don't think PV should be up there. You put somebody else. I think the SWAC had it. Where's FAMU? You don't think FAMU better than PV? FAMU better than PV, Alcorn, Alabama State, Morgan State. They better than all of them. They ain't up there. They had an off year and they finished number 2 or 3. Yeah, I think FAMU should be up there. That's surprising to me. That's why I agree with that. Now Division 2 is a little different. I actually don't disagree with this really at all. I may put Virginia Union at 1. Right now it's 1 Miles, 2 Union. Virginia Union 3, Virginia State 4, Clark 5, Winston-Salem 6, Johnson C. Smith 7, Shaw 8, Lincoln 9, Albany 10, Fort Valley. I probably put Union at 1, Miles at 2, but they're flip flop. As for everything else, I think that's about right. Johnson C. Smith faded at the end. They started out 6-0, and then they just. And Winston-Salem State, we told y'all that they had a tough defense the whole year. I might put Fort Valley. Fort Valley's all right. They ain't that great, but I actually kind of agree with this.
Yeah, I think this list is a little bit more. This is a better list to me, substantially better.
Just got that email. Everybody's off work.
Yo, I was confused. I was triggered. I'm like, that I don't have that notification come to this. So now, oh Lord, that's when they send you that company wide to your personal email.
Hey, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Oh, they don't send that. They send that you're not going to work. If they send it and I hear it and that one closed, we ain't going to work probably for a couple days.
All right, moving on to moving on to volleyball. Your 2024 SWAC volleyball champions again. FAMU gets their revenge and beats Jackson State. The number 1 Rattlers hold serve, no pun intended, and beat Jackson State 3-1 to claim the SWAC championship. Shout out to FAMU. Congratulations, women's volleyball. I should say.
Yeah, congratulations. This is the thing. FAMU has an elite sports department. They continue to be successful, but I don't know how long this. I give them credit because they continue to win in so many different sports, but they got to stabilize the school and the athletic department ASAPually.
Especially going on social media. Like they be on social media. And one thing we got to figure out, stop airing out. We air each other out heavy.
That's the thing for everybody now. So you're right. We do, but they do too. They just don't have Black Twitter. So it just gets
algorithms. I understand. I hear you.
Yeah.
And then of course in the Division 2, Shaw University Lady Bears win the 2024 CIAA Volleyball Tournament Championship. This gives Shaw their second consecutive title win and also guarantees them a spot in the NCAA Division II Volleyball Tournament. Shout out to Shaw. You know we're going to be watching because now all that stuff with all of the streaming apps, we could watch. You could watch all of that. Listen, I don't care if you don't like volleyball. Go watch. Put it on your TV. We all got 11. We all got 11 computer screens and phones and iPads, minis. You got the iPad extra large. You got the regular iPad. You got the mini desktop. You got all of these things. You could put it on something. Go ahead and put these streams on. The more streams, the more notoriety they get. So shout out to Shaw, man. I appreciate the fact that they're getting the notoriety that we're here now. And again, like, follow, subscribe. Not everybody really covering this, not live. So shout out to Shaw and fam. Y'all did y'all thing. With that being said, we about to run off on the plug like the dude out there on the side. We about to get it.
Y'all know my neighborhood. They love to just, it's the Galleria. Let me drive through here as fast as I can and try to wreck myself. All right.
So y'all go get y'all some water. Get y'all beverage, maybe a little bit of coffee, because we really about to get into it now. We've come to the end of our HBCU segment. We are now going to take a break, and then we coming back with football. College football first, pro football second, then we go into basketball to round out the episode. Got a lot to talk about in college football. You got upset city, games of the day, playoff outlook, it's Heisman Trophy discussion. Y'all go ahead and strap on in. We'll see y'all here in a little bit.
Y'all asked for parity, and you got parity. Now we don't know who. Now we do know who's good. We don't know who's gonna play.
Do we know who's good? We don't really know who's good, but that's a discussion. We'll get into it. Y'all,
we're about to have it right now. I will tell you, if you don't know who's good, I got you, big dog. I can tell you who's good.
Like, follow, subscribe. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back.
With some drug lords, so my money tall as hobbies. Black and white diamonds got these bitches dick hot. Supercharged engines so the police can't stop me. Neighbors down the street coming tryna follow block me. I should write a Bible cause I'm all about a prophet. Dropping balls on my circle, you think this a mosh pit. All white, all fine color is the jersey. Caught the boat for 15.
got me nervy. All white, false, same color as the jersey. Caught the boat for 15, taught a nigga 30. I'm in the truck, let that bitch dirty. Boost the ass, nigga, keep on moving, got me nervy.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our football segment of episode 168 of the Splashcast Monday Night Raw. Got a few things we're going to talk about today. We know we're going to start out with our college football. Then we're going to go back with our NFL football. We actually have some high school football news that all ties into college football as well. Let's get started, man. I'm going to start out with... where I'm going to start out with? I'm going to start out with some news. And we don't have to go in depth, but I think that this is some news that needs to be put out there so make sure everybody knows. The University of Texas has announced that students whose families make less than $100,000 annually will receive free tuition as waived fees. The initiative started before in 2024 and was for families making $65,000 or less and has now been expanded to $100,000. They aim to open the doors of higher education to a broader segment of the population, particularly those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. It's pretty dope. It was surprising.
Make education affordable. I still think that there is going to be some type of full house trick bag here where they'll do something and disqualify the people who really need it and then give it to people who don't need it.
That's exactly why I put the question mark when you posted this. And I was like, I'm skeptical. We in some interesting times right now, and I don't really trust a lot of people. And when I say a lot of people, it's nobody.
We know. No, it's somebody. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm also a person that thinks that education should be free in general. I think that with the more intelligent, educated population, people make better decisions. If you make better decisions, you probably live in a more safe, better country. Environment. But that's that's just a different conversation for a different day.
So we're gonna move on then. Coach Teddy Bridgewater won his first high school playoff game. Coach they crushed Miami Northwestern squad, crushed Barron Collier High School in the first round of the Florida 3A playoffs. Miami Northwestern, of course, is his alma mater. It is known for their band, for their football team, their alumni, their coaches, their community. They're known for everything. Shout out to Teddy.
This is a Jameis Winston fan pod. This is a Teddy Bridgewater fan pod. Whatever they do, we are in full support. Teddy Two Gloves, we've been following him. I've been following him since the beginning of his Vikings career, and to see him transition into coaching his own high school, them kicking ass, and him doing it the way that he wants to do it. I love this, man. And everybody talks about, well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this, and I have the best intentions, X, Y, and Z. Nope, he just did it. He said, oh, I'm done, and I'm going right over here to do what I want to do, and this is it. And I love it.
The fact that he made the decision to step away from football after his final concussion and not be in bad shape or worse shape than he could have been, and he left him when he did, he made a smart decision. He said, look, I'm a backup quarterback because of circumstances.
That's fine.
It is what it is. I know I have the talent to play. He should be. I mean, he's a starter. Don't get it twisted. I should be starting. I just can't stay healthy because I keep getting hit and knocked out, and some of the hits are dirty. Actually, most of them that he got knocked out were dirty, including the one in college against Florida.
I mean, I actually think that hit was actually okay. There was no penalty on that one. He just got smoked. Yeah, I think Teddy Bridgewater better than some of these guys playing now.
He is. Teddy Bridgewater would be the starting quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings today. No. So you don't think he's better than Scam Darnold? I just want to hear you say it.
We got to have a discussion about Scam Darnold.
We will.
Because
You named them scam.
And I think he is a scam, but he is going to fall into. He's going to be my new Trevor Lawrence. Now that I told y'all that Trevor Lawrence was terrible, and he was 100% terrible, and it was to the point where I wanted to see if they spent the money, and the Jacksonville Jaguars did it. Now that I've moved past that case study is toast. I was right. I told y'all I was right. I'm gonna hurt myself stretching and pat myself on the back there. But now the new one is the Steelers and the decision they have to make between Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. You gotta spend some money there. That's interesting. And Sam Darnold and JJ McCarthy. I don't know if I've ever seen a guy play this good and lose his job.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a discussion for the NFL. So, not to bury the lead, Teddy Bridgewater, shout out to you for winning your first playoff game. Let's get into recruiting before we get to the other stories. I know not everybody follows recruiting, but if you follow college football, you know what Deion does in recruiting, and you know in this day and age, there's also players are, instead of starting school early, they're actually reclassifying a year up.
This is so weird to me. I don't. Everybody, what is you, a freshman, sophomore, or junior?
So Jakeem Stewart is the number 8 player in the nation. He is, I think, a top 2 defensive lineman in the nation. He's a 5-star. It says he claps back at the haters. So what's interesting about Jakeem is his freshman year, he did not play football. His sophomore year, he played. His junior year, he transferred and had to sit out. And then he reclassified before his senior year. So now he is going to enroll early at whatever school he goes to. So he is now a 5-star and highly recruited based off basically 1 year tape and going to camps. This is my old man shaking the cane on the yard, because I don't understand this. We used to have to take our own tape, make our own mixtapes, and mail them out. So, like, the fact that you can become the number 8 player in the nation and basically get a full ride in NIL money without playing football, that's catching up to basketball. To me, that's what basketball does. They don't play nobody for 3 years, and they get measurables, and then they either turn out good or bad.
To me, this is the 7 on. Like, this is what I hate about 7.
T-shirt All-Americans.
Yeah. I joke all the time. I tell people, yeah, I could have went D1 if I was playing 7-on-7
all day.
Same thing.
Armbands, leg bands, high socks.
Who are going to these camps, and they do the lineman camp. Well, yeah, bro, y'all out there in T-shirts and shorts. I've seen a lot of football games. I've never seen anybody go out there in T-shirts and shorts. You know what it is when you strap them pads up. You know we're going into the week. Oh, this is the week we get pads.
His tape is, his camp tape is impressive.
Hey,
every person that's made it to the top, he be whooping all of them. But he also does it he does it in underwear. He don't do it in no pads.
Hey, you not Thanos. You got 2 thumbs, 2 index fingers, 2 middle fingers, and they never snapped and made nobody disappear. I'm going to tell you right now. You got to play the game to be the best. This is the issue. Now the thing is he's going to get to somewhere, and what are they going to say? Well, he hasn't really taken that many snaps. He's underdeveloped. Football is a live game sport. It's especially playing the position you play, when it's a man that's 300 pounds trying to put his hands on you and destroy you, and all you've been doing is running around in T-shirt and shorts. Life will get real for you. I wish him the best of luck, but you need to give up that name Thanos, and you just need to play football. Just play
That's
football.
an interesting take. after hearing your take about Anthony Richardson. Interesting take. But yeah, this makes a lot of stuff. Boy, you look bad. You know I made it. This is interesting. If this works out, this changes high school football for a while. Because if he works out and ends up being good, then there's no point in playing. First of all, you're gonna reclassify after the first year. You're only gonna play 3 years anyway, and then there's no point in me even playing. What?
Kirby said, "I like dudes who play."
Yeah,
Y'all
he did say
start
that.
doing the rest. Y'all doing all the rest of that? No, I play football.
He said, "Why hasn't he been to Georgia?" He was like, "Man, what? He ain't played since 2020, 21." Like,
I was looking at this, like, see, I don't like these days. I don't like this, where you can be like, "Oh, I'm all of these." No, bro. Back in the day, we knew who the best dude was. You want to know why? Because we saw him beat everybody else first. You never beat nobody. You could never say, "Hey, man, I was the best at any age at the actual game of football."
He's the number 1 D lineman in the nation, though, which is so. If this plays out again, NIL has changed college football. This will change high school football for sure. For sure. Bowl games have already changed. If you don't make it to the playoffs, they be opting out. Like this is going to be interesting. Sports in general, scholastic sports is in an interesting time. Now, getting to more recruiting. We normally don't report this much on recruiting, y'all. But, again, we are in weird times. Bryce Underwood was the top recruit, or is the top recruit in the nation. Number 1 quarterback. Committed to LSU. He has now flipped his commitment to Michigan. If you remember, callback, we said, hey, Michigan is putting together an NIL package. They said that 2 weeks ago. And they think it's going to be very impressive. And he is going to flip. And he ended up flipping to the Michigan Wolverines from LSU. Not only that, turns out billionaire tycoon Larry Ellison and his wife Jolynn financed the NIL donation. And the Wolverines NIL Collective personally thanked them on their social media. And Bryce is now been reported that he has accepted a $10 million initial price package for Michigan, which means if I perform how I'm supposed to perform or how y'all think I am, I'm going to get paid more money. What's the highest running back paid in the NFL right now?
Christian McCaffrey. I think he get like 15 something a year.
15.
I think.
Christian McCaffrey, who has been an All-American. He has been a All-Pro. He has been in the NFL. He has been Offensive Player of the Year. He has been all of these things, gets paid $15 million. Bryce. I'm sorry, what's his name? Bryce Underwood has not played a down of college football and is getting paid $10 million plus whatever fee that he gets paid to even do official visits. You remember Kirby was like, "Man, I ain't paying y'all to visit Georgia," and some of them were like, "Yeah, I ain't coming unless you pay me $20,000 to even come step on foot on your campus." Different age, man.
So this is the thing. Number one, I feel about as bad for Brian Kelly as you can feel, because which ain't a lot, but I can see when somebody's getting jumped too, and he got jumped. Tom Brady called the kid. They gave Dave Portnoy and this billionaire came up with the money. Who was not going to take this?
And Connor Stallions, the former spy for Michigan for Harbaugh, is now coaching him at Belleville High School.
Connor, first of all, the fact that Connor Stallions just gets to kind of move around like this,
get DAB, dog. DAB,
Yeah, there is it's just trick bag. It's clearly trick bag. Your boy that we thought was gonna get fired. What's his name? Moore, Coach Moore. He's kind of like Billy. He good now. Go ahead, sign him up. And you think
Still ain't got no contract. Well, how you gonna fire somebody ain't got no contract?
This is the thing. Now, just like Billy didn't have a contract either, but he did, but they was gonna fire him. But when you land this kid, they're not firing you now. This is the time to go get the contract. I want 5 years.
Pressure on you, bro. Because if Bryce don't like you, and you after that first year, they're gonna fire you. They're gonna fire. Only reason Billy got a job is because DJ Lagway vouched for it.
Same thing here. That's the part where it gets very tricky now for coaches and players. Is if you recruit well, you can actually extend your career and not win. Because once you got that, as soon as he had Bryce, it's like, oh, well, they're not firing Moore. Not now.
And they about to get they trying to get the quarterback is always the linchpin. They trying to get the receiver, the safety. Exactly. They're basically doing what Georgia did with Kirby and trying to get everybody from Michigan, from that Michigan area, because Bryce is from Michigan, to be a Michigan Wolverine. They're going back to regional recruiting. And it may work. It may not. I don't know.
Once you get your quarterback, we're going to talk about it, but Lagway, Billy is just leaning right now.
10 million right now. To put pen to paper, they're going to put $10 million in his account. NFL, y'all better figure it out.
No. What you mean figure it out? It's figured. You need to find your richest alum, convince him to love football, and be willing to buy a player. Dave Portnoy came out at the end of last season. I got $1 million for whoever you want. And then this guy, he threw the rest on. And then Tom Brady makes a call. And you got Connor Stallions. SMU, $100 million, 7 days. You just got to buy players now. That's the world we live in. That's where we at. If your richest alum not interested in football, you're down bad.
Biggest news. I saw this coming, but
you called it.
A lot of people didn't. Sneaky said Trevor Lawrence is the Rudy Gay of quarterbacks. 5-star Julian Lewis has committed.
Oh, I saw Rudy Gay be good at one point. I've never seen Trevor Lawrence be good.
5-star Julian Lewis has committed to Colorado. He has flipped his recruitment, or has flipped his commitment from USC. He had been committed to USC for over a year. He decommitted 2 days ago. He visited Georgia. He visited Colorado. And he visited Indiana. I knew that Indiana was a smokescreen because they're too new. I knew it was going to come down to Colorado and it was going to come down to Georgia because he's from Georgia. Georgia needs a quarterback. But Deion and Shedeur.
No, but they already got your boy from Florida, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jaden Rashada. So, Julian going to Colorado just makes sense. And when Deion reaffirmed that I'm not going nowhere, I was like, oh, he got something in the pipeline. And he's already been working to flip other people. And y'all laughed at me when I said, hey, if he wins, he gonna start going after players that's going to Alabama. And lo and behold, he's flipping people. There's another conversation that we can talk about another day with USC and how Lincoln Riley's on his way out. Saying Lincoln Riley is the Brian Kelly of the West Coast. He just happened to have Caleb Williams. Well,
Lincoln Riley.
That is correct because he had Jaden Daniels. Yes, he is. That's it.
Lincoln Riley better get your boy. Who was the dude that made Anchorman? I can see his face.
Oh, Will Ferrell.
Yes, better get Will Ferrell on the phone and see if he can make some people laughing to commit to USC.
Will Ferrell be there all the time. They got Snoop. They got everybody, and it still ain't working.
No, but I think you have to make a concerted effort of like what Michigan did. Hey, who's rich and has $10 million? Dave Portnoy, you own a media company. Tom Brady, make the call. Because I'm going to tell you, that's a haymaker. Nobody can, you're not saying no to Portnoy, 10 million, and Tom Brady in Michigan. You're not.
And for Colorado, Deion is selling something. He's selling you money with no money. I know that the brands are going. He's got the brands in place to endorse Julian Lewis, but also he's selling that I'm Deion, and you see what I did with Shedeur and Travis. Travis is about to win the Heisman. Shedeur will probably end up. I don't know if he'll be a finalist now, but we don't know who's going to be a finalist. I think it's 3. It's probably going to be Cam Ward will be the 3rd, but Shedeur, up until this last week, was in the running to be a finalist. So I was going to have 2 Heisman finalists, and you're going to build your brand. Shedeur makes one of the highest NIL evaluations in the league, and I'll let you be yourself, and I care about you. Deion selling stuff that a lot of these coaches can't sell. Lincoln Riley can't talk to players that Deion talked to the way that he do. Nobody can. I don't think anybody. Maybe Kirby, Nick Saban if he didn't retire. I really think it's just Kirby. Those are the 2 coaches maybe you could talk to. Brian Hartline is another one.
I give Deion a ton of credit because he's done the first part of what he needed to do. First part of what he needed to do was to procure a quarterback. Now, which is the gift and curse of his strategy is he plays freshmen. I mean, he plays young people early. He's got to be that good now because that's got to be your starting quarterback.
Yes, but I mean, he also has now what you're starting to see is he's building through the trenches. So also Deion has they have a great PR team. Like the past president future post with Rivals was sanctioned by Colorado to have Cordell Stewart, Shedeur Sanders, Julian Lewis, the black quarterback thing. That's dope. To put their name, they got great PR team, and also he is now quietly as kept.
That's Deion Jr.
He is 100%. But he is now investing in the trenches. He's investing in the line. Now, I hope Julian Newman has the temperament to play because you have a target on your back just for being at Colorado. Just for being associated, you're going to have a target on your back.
And you got to be that good. Like the thing that he has with Shedeur is he had Shedeur his entire life. Now, I got to take a guy who's a freshman, and I need to get him to a high level yesterday.
Yeah, you do. You do.
And I mean, that's something we're going to have to talk about in depth long term here is
quarterback development. Replace Travis too.
And Shiloh. It's good. Like
they can replace Shiloh. Shiloh would be the easiest one to replace.
But what I'm telling you is when you, especially as a defensive back, you have a person who like Shiloh's 24-20. He's an adult. He knows your scheme. You've coached him his entire life. Now you're going to have to start taking these people who are basically like coaches on the field for the most part because they're your kids. And you're going to have to teach them the new system and have them now have that same level of number one, production and leadership. That's the thing is Shiloh's a leader on that defense. Travis is a leader on the offense and defense. Shedeur's a leader on the offense and defense.
I think if Deion is the coach he thinks he is, I think he can develop that. I think Deion is really good at developing the intangibles. I think he will be able to develop leadership. He'll develop confidence. I think that in terms of scheme-wise, I think they run a similar offense to what Julian runs now. They run the spread. All of it is just a different version of the spread offense with little different nuances. Now, he'll have to learn the nuances, but even if he doesn't, they also have that rookie run. They've sophomore running back. Like they're recruiting at a point now, and he's basically changed. He's at the forefront of changing recruiting. I go to the portal, I get what I need, and I take 10 freshmen. And y'all gonna play, and I'm gonna take the 10 best. I'm gonna take 10 of the top 50. Instead of I'm gonna take 30 of the top 300, I'm gonna take 10 of the top 50. Y'all gonna play, make money, and then all my other transfers, y'all grown folks, he gonna get another 23-year-old safety. He gonna get a Shiloh. It's gonna be another Shiloh. He gonna be 23 for Florida Atlantic. Gonna come right over there and go to the pros as a special teams guy, because that's gonna work. He's proven to have a pipeline, and now the coaching, he's got his coaching staff set. He done went through the coaching staff. Warren Sapp, if they don't try to poach him somewhere, and I think Warren Sapp is super loyal.
He's not going.
They're gonna develop defensive linemen crazy out of this world. So there's no limit to what he can do.
Is more looking for like a day-to-day job than trying to go somewhere and be somebody's defensive coordinator right away. Now, if that happens later down the line, sure. Well, I don't think that he really wants to. He's not trying to get into the scrum of competing for jobs. I think that he likes working with Deion, and I think that's where Deion could really have a stronghold. Is I'm going to hire a guy, just like I'm looking for players that fit my system. I'm looking for old coaches or old players who can come here and can coach, and they're not really looking to go somewhere else and be a head coach or anything like that. They need to be able to, scratch the proverbial itch of being around football for a couple months, but they're not like, oh, this is the beginning of my career. And I think Warren Sapp is a perfect example of that. Yeah, I go to Boulder for a couple months and hang out with Deion and coach football.
Well, Deion, he'll be there as long as Deion's there. Shout out to LSU. They did replace some of the losses. They have now all of the 3 Weeks brothers. 4-star linebacker Zach Weeks will have all 3 of the Weeks brothers on the LSU roster next year. The youngest brother reclassified. Again, that word is all through high school football. Reclassified and will attend LSU, and he will be on the field with all 3 of his brothers.
Yeah,
well, all 2 of his brothers.
And the same neck.
They had the same everything. The father, they look exactly alike.
And they all are defensive backs that don't know it.
Yeah, they all safeties. They all the Harrison.
Hey, well, let me tell you, that boy Weeks. You know what he is? He's an Atlanta Falcons linebacker. That's what he is.
Keith Brooking.
Yep.
He's a Keith
Nathan
Brooking.
Landman. That's what we love. That's us right there.
Y'all saw Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis came out and denied them rumors that he was going to Florida Atlantic. Both of them said that ain't happening. Both the school said it ain't true, and Ray Lewis came out and said it ain't true. So he set that straight. So we could put all that to bed for what y'all was talking about. Ray going to Florida Atlantic. He was like, nah, not at all.
Better chance of Ray at FAMU.
Charlotte.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Nope. And he would rather go to South Florida, Bethune-Cookman. But at least be on the staff.
No, don't get.
But they ain't going down there.
They already had a Raven down there, bro. Go ahead, go to FAMU, dog. That's a.
Sort of a callback here. You remember we talked 2 years ago, really last year before last. The UNC Charlotte 49ers invested heavily in NIL. Heavily. They brought basically in they brought half the roster quietly, and they brought in the new coach Biff Poggi. Well, Biff Poggi was fired after this year. I think he lost. I think he went like 500 or below. I lied. He went 250. He went 6-16 in 2 seasons. So they.
You know where he at already?
Where?
I give you one guess. First one don't count. That's what old people say.
You give me one guess in UNC? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, so he's back in Michigan. Right back in Michigan. Right on time. They bringing back everything to fix it. Oh, and he's gushing about the Hardballs. I was so happy to be given this opportunity. I feel immediately everybody accepting me right back. It feels good to be home. Oh yeah, throw
Yeah.
Bill Pokey right over there with Moore and all the rest of this razzle dazzle. Michigan trying to make another play at it. They got that one championship. They like, hey, let's try this one more time.
Now, the day after he was fired, he pulled up to practice. Now that I know he's in Michigan, that means he pulled up and just said goodbye and hit the plane. But he did show up to Charlotte, and they did all love and embrace him. It's
I like
always
this
a
guy,
tough.
man.
It's tough to fire somebody at the end of the season before the season is over.
Charlotte.
The season's not over, and y'all fired him. I don't agree. If you're gonna wait till week 10, 11, go ahead and just go through the whole. What do you gain by fire? I guess you get you if you fire him now, the only thing you gain is you're allowed to go look for a coach sooner, but you can't talk to any other coaching candidates until the season is over anyway. So that means you got a lightweight temper, which I'm sure they're gonna do. But shout out to him
But
for
nobody's
going to
also
practice.
going like this is the thing. Your program wasn't ever established, so you like firing him. Okay.
That was I mean, it is what it is. And before we get to
the thing that was most interesting about that is him headed right back to Michigan, and Michigan looking like they're trying to get the band back together. Connor Stallions he's still Michigan adjacent. I don't care what nobody say.
always will be. And before we get to the games, I'm gonna put this PSA out for all of you fans, all of you volunteers that are ball boys or like to hold the flag during the games and all of that stuff. Y'all stop messing with these athletes. We showed it last week when the ball boy for Texas Tech tried to take the ball out of Shador's hands, Shiloh's hand. Now the ball boy from the cameraman and ball boy, he's a cameraman / ball boy for Marshall. Marshall got into it for ODU. He's for ODU, and he got into it with Marshall player. As you can see, after Marshall scored, he tried to take the ball back and got body slammed by the DB.
Are y'all putting? See, this is when people like their jobs. I'm not risking my job. I'm not
For
risking
football.
Where we are. This is a football team who has a lot of footballs. Ain't no way I'm finna be wrestling with no young man over no football. You got a big dog. So it is literally a cage of footballs. I know that there is because I know how football goes. There is a metal cage full of footballs, and they probably have multiple cages full of footballs. And you think I'm gonna go back and forth with a man that big and that young? You crazy? You got it, dog.
And
Congratulations.
folks defending the ball boy like, hey, he's a ball boy. First of all, you're a ball man. Pause. You grown man. There ain't no child out there. And you out there trying to take the football from, and that's a poor life decision because number 5 is a defensive tackle. Y'all don't see how big number 5 is.
Could have just fell on him. and ball man, now that you done brought it up, you probably got a regular job during the week too. Don't get hurt.
And you probably got to go to the chiropractor now.
Yeah,
because I know you at the age where you don't feel that right away. You feel it in the morning.
You gonna that young man really get to tussling with you. You gonna need a backiotomy.
And again, fans, stop doing stupid stuff. University of Texas in the SEC. We told y'all, y'all set a precedent by letting them throw stuff out here. App State played James Madison, in which it is a huge rivalry in that conference. This actually rivalry goes back to Division I AA. And they were so App State was pelting snowballs at James Madison before they got on the field. And let me tell y'all, if they ain't nothing there but this little 6-foot gate that's separating them, and they got traction, they got cleats on, they can run right up there and stomp you out and go on the field. Y'all better chill out
now. And now this is where the demographics come into play. First of all, HBCUs don't do this. We not thugs. Next of all, if you know the demographics of App State, and then you know the demographics of most college football teams, y'all probably shouldn't be throwing snowballs at these people down there.
They're in Boone,
Because if
North
they let
Carolina.
them people, if they let them people down there loose, they finna clear out that whole section and the food trucks.
Y'all know where
They
James
knocked the
Madison
food
at?
trucks
That's
off.
Maryland. That's Baltimore and DC.
They see, and this is like there's a subtext here that's being perpetuated here. You got them people, and first of all, as a school, as the administrators, y'all need to step in there and be like, "Yo, you're embarrassing the school." And I mean, let's not forget. I forgot old boy who got hurt with getting hit with the flag in the face and was never
Lomas
able
Brown.
to play football again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all doing this with snowballs. I like when people get loose and put their hands on people when people do stuff like this.
Yep.
That's the reason I like the internet. When somebody you super cool from way up there throwing snowballs, when that person put their hands on you and drag you all in that snow, and then you want to call your lawyer, I don't
You need
wanna
to
see
find
that.
them.
I don't want to hear it.
You need to find them, and you need
No.
you need to portray them. You need to find the school. You need to portray the students as the thugs that they're acting like. Because let me tell y'all, Duke quarterback Malik Murphy had something to say to all of the Virginia Tech fans and Duke fans that were screaming and cussing him out. And then he threw an 86-yard on the first play, 86-yard touchdown on the first play from scrimmage, and threw up the middle fingers. And I guarantee you all, we've never
Double
seen Malik
guns,
Murphy
baby.
do that before. We've never seen him throw up the double middle fingers before, which means to me, that means he's provoked. And if he's provoked, that means provoked by somebody out there. And y'all gonna get mad at folks responding the way that they should.
You can't do that. Oh, well, no, you started this. Also, if you drop a bomb on Virginia Tech, 86 yards, baby.
First
And
play.
my man sitting behind Quinn Ewers and Arch, man, he was never going to make it on the field. But let me tell y'all right now, I'm going to tell y'all more and more about quarterback development because I see that after we found the deficit of quarterbacks, I think we found a decent amount of good quarterbacks, especially in the NFL. I think college is still trying to figure that out. But this is a project that you should want to have on your hands. If you have an older quarterback and you're looking for a quarterback of the future who's had a chance to develop, had a chance to play big-time football, who has a cannon and can move around and is physically everything that you're looking for, Malik Murphy.
I think
don't
he's
know
got
who he
one more
is?
year. One more year, and then he'll
Familiarize
probably end up
yourself.
being he'll be a lottery pick after next year if he plays well.
I think, and you know what the messed up part is Daniel Jones, who also played at Duke. Malik Murphy is going to play better than Daniel Jones. But nobody cares because David Cutcliffe isn't jumping out of the window for him. Malik Murphy is going to be better at Duke than Daniel Jones was ever at Duke playing football.
Daniel Jones
But that's
is
what it's
coached by
about.
Cutcliffe, and
Yes.
Cutcliffe vouched for him.
But
Daniel Jones ain't nothing but a stereotypical black quarterback.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
We
He can
gotta
run,
do-
but he can't throw. Yeah,
We
that's the
gotta be- We
stereotype.
have to be good. You never seen a black quarterback never be good and get a chance.
Oh no.
Anthony Richardson, go ahead, throw your. But at least you saw him throw.
I was gonna say Keely Smith. I was gonna say
Achille was good with Oregon. Now, Achilles Smith with the Oregon Ducks was smoking.
he also went to Cincinnati, and that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
As you can see, they are in a 30-year fail clutch. Let's move on to the games of the day. Ohio State, Indiana. I think that might have been one of, if not the only ranked matchup of the day. No, Oklahoma and Bama. Nope, Oklahoma's not ranked. Ha! Ohio State beats Indiana 38-15. They for their 30th consecutive win over the Hoosiers.
Sid got smoked.
They ended up. It really wasn't close. Now I will say I watched this whole game. Ohio State ain't. Daniel Jones is great value. Anthony Richardson. Ohio State isn't impressive to me. Ohio State isn't impressive to me, and they to me didn't necessarily beat Indiana as bad as the score says. Indiana did stupid stuff. They muffed the punt when it was 10-7. That gave Ohio with 30 seconds left in the first half. They gave Ohio State the ball at the 3. Ohio State scored when they could have taken a knee, and instead they decided to score anyway to be an asshole. And other than that those two scores make it 24-15. It's a different ball game at that point. They had bad fumbles. I think they fumbled on the opening possession of the second half. Like, to me, yeah, that's Will Howard. He said Google that stuff. To me, Indiana lost this game more than Ohio State won it. Now, shout out to they had a punt return. Shout out to Caleb Downs. Boy, Alabama, I know you miss him. He had that crazy punt return for a touchdown that him and Turpin had the same thing. Go one way, spin back, cut up the middle of the field. And that's what he did. So Ohio State is good.
It was over.
But I'm not impressed with them yet. Not yet.
Yes. That's my thing here. What I can take from this is, or what I ascertain from this game is, Ohio State, and I want to say this in a way where Ohio State is suffering from the same thing that Georgia is suffering to a lesser degree, or Alabama is suffering from, where you just can no longer stockpile NFL players like you've been able to do in the past. In the past, we talked about these wide receiver U's, where you have 6 or 7 guys, and it's just world beater wide receiver after world beater wide receiver after. Now those guys are like, I can go somewhere else. I can get my NIL money. So I'm not going to sit here and develop in this one program. I'm going to go to where I can play and make my money. So Ohio State doesn't have the war chest of talent like they've had in the past. And you're right, Indiana kind of gave it to them, but at the end of the day, they still executed. And we watched a lot of teams who don't execute, so I got to give credit where it's due. I just don't think the Indiana's that good. And then once you look at their schedule, you're mostly just living off of Cignetti's vibes and not actually anything of any importance. FIU, Western Illinois, UCLA, Charlotte, Maryland, Northwestern.
Yeah, they haven't played any ranked teams. Ohio State was their only ranked team. And
you got whooped.
I think Nebraska, Washington, or maybe Maryland. They were their only teams with winning records. You
barely get into bowl eligibles.
Now, the fact that they didn't lose, I think this is when you get into the college football playoff committee. The fact that they value losses more than strength of schedule and how you lose will help Indiana. Because, yes, you're living off Curt Cignetti's vibes, but they also only lost one game by really 9 points. And from what we've seen now, if they do a wholesale change on philosophy, if Indiana wins out, they're going to be in the Big Ten championship game still, right?
Leave them. Honestly, this is what I want. Leave them in there. But make sure you get them a big dog first game. Don't give them Boise. Give them Texas. Give them Georgia. Really give them somebody out of the SEC. I want to see what you – sure. Even – I think the Tennessee gets this done. And I think the Tennessee also understands we got to whoop them. And I think that they could. But don't – this is the point where all of these teams who typically say, I don't get treated right, treat them right. Introduce them to what football looks like.
We're going to see. I think that they got to win the Big 12 championship. I mean, the Big 10 championship, but we'll talk about it more when we get to the SEC, where everybody beating each other up. I mean, if you could just like win one game, you basically are in there. So it is what it is.
Who is in the Big Ten championship?
It's probably going to be Ohio State. Well, actually, they won't be in the Big Ten championship. It's going to be Ohio State and Oregon, who's still undefeated.
We already know the Oregon has clinched a spot. Teams with a chance to compete: Indiana, Ohio State, or Penn State. All three teams have one loss in conference play after the Buckeyes beat the Hoosiers by 38-15. Gosh, I'm moving. Ohio State also has a win against the Nittany Lions, giving them the
Ohio State wins against Michigan. They're in. If Ohio State loses and Penn State loses, Indiana is in. If Ohio State loses, Penn State wins, and Indiana wins, I don't know who gets in between them.
Okay, here it is. I got the scenarios right here. Ohio State needs to win next week, or Michigan or Indiana, Penn State to lose. Indiana needs to win and Ohio State, Penn State to lose. That's not going to happen. Penn State needs to win and Ohio State to lose to Michigan. Not going to happen. It's Ohio State versus
rematch. Speaking
which
of
good, which is good because I mean it gives Ohio State a second chance at a first redemption. But also, if they lose to Oregon again, I guess you're still in the playoffs. But Indiana, you definitely out there.
Yeah, I mean they're in there. At this point, this is all pride and seeding, but they're gonna be whoever wins. This is basically playing for a bye week. ACC, shout out to SMU. They have won their entire conference, the ACC. Well, I'm sorry. They have clinched a spot in the ACC championship game. I think they will play either Clemson or Miami, if I'm not mistaken. So shout out to SMU. Y'all have bought your way into the championship game.
Case study complete. You can buy your way into a ACC championship and buy yourself into what looks like the playoffs. Congratulations. Money talks.
Oh, I think it was the Big 12 with Colorado. Aside from everybody choking, it was about to be NIL Central was about to be in these playoffs, in these conference championships. You was gonna have Colorado, SMU, Ole Miss, which is all three heavy transfer portal NIL schools, and then you were gonna have like Georgia's Blue Bloods and all Texas and all of that. Texas NIL heavy. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. And I think SMU, because of the money they have, and now with all of the legislation, they're gonna be able to get whoever they want out of Texas.
Okay, so let me do this.
Well, I told y'all. I said NIL means Texas is about to be on top.
I want to talk to a couple of y'all stupids. When I talk about stupids, now that we figured out that all you had to do was buy yourself a championship, Virginia Tech, you're stupid. Spend the money. Virginia, you're stupid. Spend the money. I'm only talking to places who have enough money that they could have done it.
Why do you think Virginia Tech got enough money?
Oh, because they got it. They got it over there. They got it. For sure. Virginia Tech just wasted your time in the ACC. Spend the damn money. Y'all let somebody like...
To me, it's UNC. Y'all got Jordan money.
Got basketball. They got basketball. You got it. I don't have a problem with UNC. I don't have a problem with Duke because they got their thing already. It's basketball. Virginia Tech, y'all don't have a thing. And you got money. You just didn't get it done. And now you know, I show up at your trap, take your trap over. This is what SMU did. They showed up and said, no, this is mine now. We raised $100 million in a week, and that $100 million has carried them to the top of the ACC.
Yeah, I think all of them benefited from the sudden collapse of Florida State too. But
sure, but that's even more of a time you've been here. You know, I mean, Obama's. You know when a lady and her man finna break up, you got to be prepared. Soon as you see them photos deleted off Instagram, baby, you know what time it is. What up though? You got to be ready for your moment. SMU was ready. Oh, I'm by my. They bought themselves out of the old contract and immediately invested, took themselves to the top. Virginia Tech, you sat there and looked stupid. Had Marcus and Michael Vick. What?
Does SMU get in the playoff? I don't think the ACC has an automatic bid. Well, yeah, it's Miami right now. So, yeah, they get in. Even if they lose to Miami or whoever they play, they get in.
Man.
All right. Let's get to it. Y'all know what it is. Chaos. It was a chaotic weekend. I want to say 7 ranked teams lost. 7 ranked teams lost. Indiana, Alabama, Ole Miss, BYU, Texas A&M, Colorado, Army. 5, 7, 9, 14, 15, 16, and 19 were all upset.
Freaking off Johnny.
Talk about nobody safe. When I say nobody's safe, nobody's safe.
Well, let's talk about these because these are all upsets, but all upsets are not created equally.
Yes.
And that's not really true. Indiana losing was not an upset. That was an expectation.
Yeah, well, that was more of 7. Okay, 6 upsets and Indiana lost. 7 ranked teams lost. It was the post.
That's the answer. 7 ranked teams lost.
But this for sure right now. This for sure was an upset. Not only did Alabama, the number 7 team in the nation, the team that controlled their own destiny to get to the SEC championship game, not only did they lose to Oklahoma, they got shellacked. Jalen Milroe threw 3 interceptions, and they lost 24-3 and did not score a touchdown for the first time since 2021. No, 2011. Whatever year that the greatest game was where they played LSU and it was 9-6.
Yeah.
With Grant Delpit and all of them. Tyrann Mathieu.
Call back. Yeah, this is what you get with Jalen Milroe. As much as he is a touchdown machine between running and passing, some nights he's just not going to have it. This is the reason perpetually I've always said that I like certain parts of Milroe's game, but I think he's not a quarterback, or at least a full-time quarterback at the next level.
No, you got to shoot him some bail, though, for this. Did you watch this game?
No.
Oh, well, Alabama offensive line just lost all their money. They need to all come back and not go to the pros because Oklahoma's defense, they would just beat Alabama up. They would just beat them to the point of attack. One of the interceptions, he just got mollywopped. They hit his arm and it went straight up in the air. I was like, that's it.
Yes, I did see that one. He the dude was coming on the right side, hit his elbow, threw it up in the air, and then they picked it off. But I mean, you're right. This is a culmination of Alabama. And this is the Kalen DeBoer Alabama versus Nick Saban. Nick Saban's standard was just, we're not doing this. DeBoer is trying to set his own standards and kind of re-normalize his program, which is tough to do after you come off a person like Nick Saban. But it's just this is going to be what you get until you figure it out.
Yeah, but I don't think you get the time to figure it out when you lose the 2 unranked teams. Like 3 losses is 3 losses. Nick Saban had 2 losses in all of those where he lost to teams that they thought they should have beaten. To lose to Vanderbilt at the time was unranked. To lose to Oklahoma, who's unranked, is and almost lose to South Carolina. They really could be 7-4, 6-5.
Oh yeah. They can be had, but I still think that this is where we are as an SEC, and this is the reason I don't really like talking about other teams when you talk about the SEC. It's literally anybody can get it any week in the SEC. which is different than everywhere else. That's
But you don't believe that Alabama, whether or not you don't believe they're a top 12 team in the nation.
Yes, I do. I think that
Alabama?
Alabama's better than Indiana, 100%. If I had to bet, I got $500 on Bama before Indiana. 100. That's the reason Kirby said you're not gonna get the 12 best teams.
You think Oklahoma's better than Indiana?
I'd like to see that game.
Wow.
Both questionable to me.
Your bias is like full blown. Oklahoma's unranked. Oklahoma's like 6-4.
And Indiana hasn't played it. Who has Indiana played that
We just
I
went
would
over it.
think give a Yes, and none of those people I think cause a problem in the SEC. I don't think that any of those people are any better than what they've played. And I think that if they played 10 Alabamas, Indiana is probably 5-5.
I mean,
You just
that's
have
not
the
far
luxury
off from
playing
Alabama. How many teams that play Alabama would go 5-5?
What non-conference games does Bama play? That's the question.
None. Not nobody for
No,
real.
they got-
No, they don't. They ain't really played nobody.
Oh, but this is the thing. Oh, they play Wisconsin. Wisconsin 5-6.
So did Indiana.
What did they do versus Indiana?
Oh, they lost. So Oklahoma lost. They lost to Tennessee 25-15. They lost 34-3 to Texas, who was the number 1 team.
And Wisconsin didn't play Indiana. And if you really look at Wisconsin's schedule, they lost to Bama, who was 4. They lost to USC when they were 13. They lost to Penn State at 3. They lost to Oregon at 1. Then they lost to Iowa and Nebraska. They just got a really shitty schedule. That's
Oklahoma lost to Texas, lost to Tennessee, lost to Ole Miss, lost to Missouri, and lost to South Carolina.
Those are 5 teams. I think
4
at
of
least
which
3
were
those
ranked.
teams.
4 of them were
Yes,
ranked.
3, maybe 4 of those teams. And there's a world where all 5 teams beat Indiana.
I think Indiana and
think-
Tennessee are a good team. Sneaky ass Indiana or Florida. I think Indiana and Tennessee are a good play. I think Indiana and
Depends on
Ole
what
Miss
Florida
are a
team.
good game. No, I don't. I think Ole Miss handles Indiana. I think Indiana and Missouri. I
Right.
think Indiana's better than Missouri.
You think Indiana, South Carolina is a good game for sure.
I think Indiana's better than Missouri. I think Indiana, South Carolina. From what I've seen, the way that Indiana plays, their scheme could give all of these guys problems because they play sideline to sideline. They play like that old Gene Chizik Auburn offense. So no matter who's out there, once they get rolling, they get rolling.
But you also believe that South Carolina's defensive line on any given Saturday could just ruin your day.
Well, I mean, yeah. What does that mean? I think
What
if you say that they can beat anybody. South Carolina can beat anybody. They can beat Oregon. They can beat Ohio State.
I mean,
I damn sure think they
yeah,
can beat
but-
Oregon on defense.
Okay, so if you drop Indiana and the SEC, where do you think they are then? You need to use the S, not as F.
4,
Help me.
5, or
Let me help
6.
you.
I think Indiana can hang with LSU.
Not-
I think Indiana, this version of Alabama, I think they can hang with Alabama. I
that's
think
the reason,
this
That's the
version,
reason we got to play off. That's the reason
this version, I think they would struggle. I think they would struggle with more physical teams like Texas A&M, and they would struggle with Georgia
And you know
and
what?
Texas.
And you know what? Right now they got Indiana and Georgia as the playoff projection. Indiana at 8, Georgia at 9. I love to see that. Y'all will dog walk them. Boat raced. Woo! That's what they need. That's what I'm.
If they line up and play regular football, yeah. But in the playoffs, they're gonna do all types of crazy. They got that. I'm telling you, the spread offense. They're gonna run double quick back annexation of Puerto Rico.
I honestly kind of like this setup that they have, minus they're giving all the non-SEC. No, Texas is the SEC school with, so they pick Oregon at 1, Texas at 2, Arizona Sun Devils at 4, SMU at 3. But you get Notre Dame versus Tennessee.
That makes no sense. None of that makes sense.
What you mean?
Just said.
Well, Oregon will go because they will win the Big Ten, right?
Mm-hmm.
Texas will go because they win the SEC.
Okay.
Arizona at large. No, excuse me. Arizona wins the Big 12. Arizona State, excuse me, not.
Oh, I was like, I've been watching this now.
And then they got SMU, it would be SMU or Miami. But yeah, I want to see Notre Dame play SEC school. Get your ass on out of there. I want to see Indiana play SEC school. Get on out of there. Boise and Ohio State. Get your ass on out of there. And Penn State and Miami. That would
You setting up yourself for a surprising. But not to bury the lead, I do want to talk about how this Alabama team was absolutely dominated by Oklahoma. Oklahoma had 325 total yards. They threw for 68, which means they rushed for 257 yards. Let me tell you, Nick Saban would never allow for a team to rush for 2. He would just call the game. He just give you the ball. He would just walk off the field and make y'all go practice in the parking lot. 30, they got beat up.
Keep your pads on, bro. Don't even go to that locker room. That locker room is for winners. You're a loser. Keep your ass out here. We finna practice tonight.
So now that Alabama has effectively been eliminated, there's more chaos.
You think they're out?
They got 3 losses. I mean, I think the chances are below 20%. Matter of fact, yeah. I believe they got a 23% chance to make the playoff after losing. 23%. Oh. 3 losses is hard to come by, especially with Texas only having 1 loss, Georgia having 2.
But this is the thing. Y'all are now in the SEC championship, and I think it's very different. Like, if y'all lose to Texas again, what does that say about? Are y'all out?
At this point, I don't know. I mean, we lost in the SEC championship game after winning 2 in a row and had lost the regular season game and didn't get in last year. So,
but y'all will be a 3-loss team and y'all already 9. I think that drops y'all at least 13.
Which means Tennessee gets in. But then you talk about the other side of that, the conversation of which Lane Kiffin was talking about, and he was like, yo, now you're getting to the point where, well, let's listen to what he says. This is kind of out of order, but let's listen to what he says.
You know, it's changed. The conference championship, could have a big impact both ways for people. So I've talked to other coaches, so I'll just kind of give you the feeling from some other coaches that, they don't want to be in it. The risk to get a bye, the reward to get a bye versus the risk to get knocked out completely. I mean, that's a really big risk.
So that's the scenario you just said that's the scenario that you just said is basically what Lane Kiffin said.
That's the best. It's the best. I've been saying it for years. That's the best case scenario for you to not have to even play in the SEC championship. Bama's going, and I thought that y'all were going to be safe there for a minute and not have to go. And I was like, damn, look at this. They're going to walk in. Now this is worst case scenario for you.
Well, worst case scenario is Texas wins. Best case scenario is Texas A&M wins. Because if Texas A&M beats Texas, then we play Texas A&M.
That's still ain't best. I think best case scenario when y'all not having to participate.
Tennessee has the best case scenario. Tennessee has to, if they beat Vanderbilt, Tennessee has the best case scenario because Florida
They get
beat
to
Ole
walk
Miss,
in.
they don't have to go to the SEC championship, and they're gonna get an at large because they lost to. Now their loss is ugly, which is we'll get to it because I got to talk about the consistency or inconsistency of the college football selection committee. SMU, Chaos, Oklahoma, Bama fans. Oh, Venables, while I get all this up, you think Venables has now saved his job by beating Alabama?
Oh yeah, he's Billy Napier himself for at least one more year. I think that's probably best case scenario for Oklahoma too. I don't know if there are a ton of coaches at this very moment that you're like prepared to offer a job for and get right now. I think the best thing you can do is give him more. Like, you know how I feel about Brett Venables. I've never been not even high on him. I think that he's just not it. But I think that this gives you time to strategically put together where you want to invest your money.
Yeah,
I think that you should make. I mean, I think they should make a play for Lane. I think that
Lane lost. He's gonna be there for one more year. Now,
yeah, but what I'm saying is, I think that Lane Kiffin is an upgrade from what you have. I think that this is the time to make the move for the upgrade if you can, because Florida is still right here. I don't know what happened. You know, Florida is in the conversation, and they're going to be looking, and they're going to be interested in him. So yeah, if you know that that's the situation, let me go after him right now instead of waiting for this to be a problem for me.
well, the thing about Florida did upset Ole Miss to become bowl eligible, which I told you was going. I told you all of this was going to happen. I said Florida can beat LSU and Florida can beat Ole Miss. I was not impressed with Ole Miss's win over UGA. They didn't do well. You need to log out and come back, or are you good?
Who knows? We figure.
So Florida upsets Ole Miss to become bowl eligible at 6-5, and Billy Napier has effectively saved his job for at least. This may have bought him 18 months because he's recruiting. Players are starting to see DJ Lagway, and he's recruiting out of his mind. So I think Billy, with this win, has saved it. And shout out to Lane Kiffin fucking up.
He's flipped like 4 or 5 different guys, but this is the reason that I've been really upset with Billy. Is that, I mean, let's be real here. I started the season saying what? Graham Mertz should never be the quarterback for Florida. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Graham Mertz is he's a 6-year senior. He's not a part of our future. He's not a part of our plan. He's not a part of anything for us. Why is the camera acting so weird?
I don't know, bro.
It's like slow motion from like minutes and minutes ago. But if you can't identify that you should be playing Lagway instead of playing Graham Mertz, then you're already proving to me that you're not ready to do this. The only reason that he's keeping his job is because DJ Lagway is that good. And he couldn't identify that. He was playing Graham Mertz until Graham Mertz's leg fell off. That's the only reason.
It's the sad thing. Kirby did it too a few times, but just Kirby had a better team. He played the quarterback that shouldn't have played, in my opinion. There were some similarities in the situations, but we won't talk about those.
But Kirby was doing everything else right. Now, if you're doing everything else right, then that's cool. Billy Napier is also throwing wide receiver screens.
Yeah.
That is the answer.
Well, it worked. And they beat. I told you that they were. What you got going on, dog?
I'm here.
All right. So I told y'all that Florida was going to win. Florida won. Now, this is a shot, but not a shade. They reacted as a team that just became bowl eligible. This was like the win of their year. They were trolling. They took Ole Miss's basketball hoop and put a Gator logo on it and started dunking on it at the end of the game. The band patrols LSU last week by playing neck. I don't know why that's in there. The Tennessee fans were thanking the Gator fans for doing the chomp at Neyland Stadium. DJ Lagway, shout out to the recruiting director, Joe Hamilton. He posted this immediately after they won. And if you don't want to play with number 2, DJ Lagway, in this entire squad, you should maybe reevaluate some things. I love the fact that you're trying to,
that's that's the right answer.
Capitalize. Yeah, at the moment.
And I want to be very clear. DJ Lagway is amazing. He looks like he looks as good as advertised. Deep ball, crazy. Still can step up and kind of move around, and he's hurt right now. He's not at 100%, nowhere near it. But why do we go through camp? Why do we go through all of the summer stuff and not identify that this is our best? This is our best player, not our best quarterback. And you didn't play him. It was only after Graham Mertz's leg literally fell off that we got him. So, no, I don't trust you, Billy. You just showed up at the right time with the one thing that allow us to keep you a little bit longer. Lagway, but that's the frustrating part. And that's why I was talking about, I was looking at the whole Michigan situation, very similar to the Florida situation, where you got a guy who's now gotten a recruit that you had no other way to get, and he's probably tied to him. So now you got to keep the sorry coach for the good player. That sucks.
Yeah, I don't know if I would come back. Florida has to deal. Unfortunately, it's the same thing in reverse. Georgia was always good, but you had to deal with Florida and you had to deal with Alabama. And then in the off years that Florida and Alabama wasn't there, you had to deal with Auburn. So the same thing is, or Auburn or Tennessee. I kind of put them together. It's kind of the same thing with Florida. Florida has to deal with Georgia. And now you've added in Texas. And Texas is going to spin their way to being a perennial contender. And I think y'all play them next year. No, y'all play them this year. We play Oklahoma next year.
Florida got to up the spending. You got to get a new locker room. All of the stuff that you've seen everybody else pay for, Florida is your turn. If you want to be competitive. If you don't, then you're going to have to just – there's not a good answer there. You're going to struggle. You got to spend the money. And if you don't spend that money, then Lagway is going to go somewhere
and not
else.
Take it back. You can't spend the money and then take it back.
That was a dick move.
That's how you end up at Georgia.
That's the one thing that I like. That's another reason that I get frustrated with Billy Napier. That like he got Lagway, so now that he has Lagway, we forget all of his prior transgressions.
That's all right. I won't let you forget.
No, I'm a Florida fan, and I'm a high integrity. I like that what he did was wrong, and it put us behind the 8 ball. It really, kind of self-sabotage. You needed that quarterback that you got rid of because you didn't pay him.
Yeah. Yeah, and now in other news, Auburn throws another monkey wrench into this SEC situation. Auburn beats Texas A&M in quadruple overtime. Texas A&M is good for having these 7 overtime games. This time they came up short.
You ain't have no business being there in the first place. If
Texas
you're
A&M?
quadruple over, no.
Oh,
if
with
you're
Auburn?
quadruple overtime with Auburn, then you deserve whatever you get. You don't know how to act. Y'all got 2 quarterbacks that are better than they one quarterback, and y'all still lost. No, that's on you.
Now Texas A&M is missing their starting running back, and Auburn has like the number 3 best wide receiver in the nation, freshman, and they fed him the ball pretty much the whole game. Funny how that works out. But at the same time, now Texas A&M, which controlled their own destiny, now has to beat Texas. And if they do, and even if they had won this game, even if they had lost to Texas, I think it would have been a rematch, if I'm not mistaken, because Ole Miss lost.
Yeah,
you still would have beaten. Now Georgia has missed. Well, we'll talk about that too. So you had Texas A&M lose, and then you also had BYU lose to Arizona State. We'll talk about that. But the story about this game was that Arizona State rushed the field twice. College football is going to have to get a handle on these fans.
They gonna have to start shooting people with them tasers,
with them beanbag guns. Because this is a dangerous situation, and you taking they took down. They had to put the goalpost back. Yeah, and I saw that the parents was bringing the children down there.
Y'all know what children we talking?
Leash.
I'm glad I'm not on the camera right now.
Auburn. So Auburn basically got Georgia into the championship game, and then BYU ended up making the Big 12 wide open by losing to Arizona State. Now Arizona State is in it because Kansas wins there. Kansas may be the best loser team this year.
Nah, let me tell y'all, because I'm going to go back to Saturday Morning Live. I sat here and told Reggie, I said, hey, man, I'm going to pick Colorado for the first time. With that being said, I also understand, and I said it, I said, Kansas figured out that they're a good football team.
Just give the ball to the running back. That's all we're going to do.
Once and he won the damn game by himself, catching and running, and it was elite. But they won these 3 games against ranked teams. And I said. All right, thank you, Siri. But also with that being said, they almost beat Kansas State. Then they beat ranked team. And I said coming into this game, I was like, hey, Colorado's a good football team, but Kansas looks like a buzzsaw right now. And so they're the first to be everything.
They're the first team in FBS history to win a.
There we go.
Nope, still moving in slow motion.
Maybe not.
With the losing record to win 3 straight games versus ranked opponents. They beat Iowa State, they beat BYU, and then they beat Colorado. This game was not without a little bit of controversy. Kansas was playing, I mean, they were playing like men on mission, and they were going to win by hook or crook. Of course, everybody's partial to Deion and Shedeur, Shiloh. They kind of drunk the Kool-Aid of this team. And Shedeur, I watched this game too on Saturday, and Shedeur was taking dirty hit after dirty hit after dirty hit. For y'all that are doing the video experience, this is when Shedeur threw the ball, and the ball was gone for like almost 3 seconds. I would say 2 seconds. 1 1,000, 2 1,000 hit. Yeah, 2 seconds. And he took a hit to the knees, which is, I think it's still illegal. And it was super late, and it flipped him over.
And it's below the knee. Like, knee is no-go, but also, like, below the knee is knee, Achilles, ankle, all of that together. And this is just the cheapest of shots. And, yeah, it just sucked.
I think this is what threw them off their game. Because not long after this, Shedeur pushed the referee while arguing about getting hit. They look at the referee looking like, oh my God, he hit me. All of that stuff. So, not I'm gonna just have to put your picture over this segment. Not only did they feel like Shedeur was hit late, but there was a play where Travis Hunter had a clear touchdown. I think I'm gonna play it right here. Travis Hunter had a clear touchdown, and he was going against Kobe Bryant, and this is them talking trash back and forth before the game. Kobe Bryant, Travis Hunter pretty much did what he wanted to do against Kobe Bryant. I think he had 2 touchdowns, and it should have been 3. But there is a play that's going to show. Here it is right here. Look at this hold right here. Look at that. Look at that. The ball is in the air, y'all. The ball is in the air. He's 15 yards downfield, and he held him. That was a flag. That should have been a touchdown. And I hate DBs that talk trash after you got burnt.
Man. And you didn't do anything to actually defend me. It just was a bad pass. But congratulations, bro.
And shout out to Travis Hunter. He cooked him after that. After that play, he was cooking Kobe Bryant. Touchdown.
Yeah, Travis is so good. Travis is so good.
Oh my Lord.
It's a hell of a route too, boy.
And I'm getting held. You saw that, and he's getting held.
Lie. I mean, he doing what he can with what he's doing the best he can with what he got.
He's doing what he's supposed to do in that moment.
I do think that Travis definitely got cheap shot at, but I also think he should have been ejected for touching the referee. Can't do
Shedeur?
that. That's not cool.
Talking about Shedeur?
Yeah. That was too far. And I try to be as equal and fair as I can. If I think that was a low blow for you, because it's below the knee, and that was nasty work. And I also think that it's nasty work for you to be pushing refs.
Yep. And to round out this one, man, Devin Neal, who has been quietly has kept one of the best backs in the league, in the nation all year. Yeah. Had 207 rushing yards, 80 receiving yards, and 4 total touchdowns. And he went crazy. And he exposed that Colorado still has to figure out how to tackle the ball. Now, Colorado did get the first half, they were getting held. And I'm not biased towards Deion, I don't think. You may think I am, listeners and folks here. But I don't think I'm biased towards Deion. They held Deion.
Against Deion, so
they held the defensive line for Colorado like 7 plays in a row, and they got a first down on almost like every play. Now Colorado did miss tackles; they needed to tackle and all of those things, but there's still the fact that I feel like Colorado was getting cheated, boy. It was bad. So Alabama got cheated too, but it didn't matter because they were down 24-3.
I'm gonna ask for a brief ISO here. And I'm also going to ask for Reggie to hopefully clip this because I want to make things very clear because a lot of you guys have reached out to me.
There's no camera.
I know. I'm just going to ask you to find a good stock photo of me and drop it right here when we talk about what I'm going to say next. A lot of people have reached out to me every week about the successes of Colorado and Deion. I want to make it very clear. Even outside of this loss, and I mean realistically, they didn't lose to all of Kansas. They lost to Devin Neal. Everybody else is mostly just watching and cheering on. Yeah. Devin Neal did the heavy lifting, running and receiving. I think that Colorado, as a team, has done better than I expected, better than we all expected. I think that even with this loss, their season is a success.
Resounding.
I think that they put, I want to make that very clear. I think that, and I make my estimation on what I see. And I get very frustrated, and it's something that I'm learning to deal with and manage about. If I have an opinion, people think that your opinion is like hate because it's not their opinion. I didn't believe that you guys were going to be that good. Y'all proved me to be wrong. I want to give you kudos for that. I think that I thought that 500 as a season would have been more than good enough. You guys have exceeded the expectation. And I got to give him credit. This is a hell of a season for Colorado and for Deion. Now, I will say that I think the next 2 years are equal to or greater than as far as importance. Like, that's my new thing is Julian Lewis. He got to be ready to come in and be Shedeur good. But for this season, you've outplayed my expectations. You've had what I would consider an extremely successful season. And if I go into the season and I didn't think you were that good, then yeah, I'm gonna come here and say, hey, you're better than I thought you were. Same thing I said about Brock Bowers. Some of y'all coming here every week to prove me wrong, and I'm accountable. I think I'm more accountable than a lot of people, and I'm continue to be better and more accountable. Great job, Colorado. And no bullshit, I mean it. I do mean that.
Yeah. Yeah. Deion did say.
Damn, Reggie slid me. Cool story, bro.
Well, I mean, we got it's 12 o'clock, bro. We got football and basketball still. And you got to fix your camera some kind of way in there. Deion did say, so there's been a lot of talk about Deion. It's always good. This is the good and bad with Deion that's always going to happen. It's the offseason now. They're getting close to the offseason. Folks are assuming that it's a long shot for them to make the Big 12 championship and win it. So it's a long shot for the college football playoff, but they will go to a bowl game. With the struggles of to make the playoff, yeah. We just went through it. They need two people to lose, and then they have to win the Big 12 championship for them to make it. But
He's right.
A lot of people have been saying that Deion's ideal place, if he were to leave, would be the SEC, eyes on Auburn, or Arkansas. There's a few other schools. I don't know if he go to Arkansas from Colorado, but there's a few other schools that will have openings in the SEC. And then there's also Paul Feinbaum, who is one of his staunchest people, agrees. But there's also rumors of him going to the Dallas Cowboys, which we talked about last week. So Deion, with his success at Colorado, who, don't forget, has been trash for a long time, is now probably going to be one of the hottest seats or hottest coaches out there.
It's tricky for me because I think that Feinbaum spoke out of emotion when he said that nobody cares about Deion. That was just wrong. But I also think that what he's saying in that case is right. Deion is a polarizing character. So think what you think of his football. He's going to have everybody who sees him has an opinion of him. That's what you're looking for, and especially in this day and age, is like me or dislike me, have an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to get noticed as part of his recruiting pitch. So he's definitely going to get noticed. We're going to see what he does. I wouldn't be if you see him in the SEC, it's going to be rough in the SEC.
The only thing about that is Arkansas and Auburn don't seem like, if you're gonna do Arkansas and Auburn, that means that you know that Colorado is toast. That means that you don't believe in Julian Lewis, because the Big 12 is just such an easier road to
I don't think
playoffs.
he'll leave. Yeah, I don't think he'll leave. No,
I don't think he's leaving unless it would. What job do you think moves Deion out of Colorado?
Texas A&M, Texas.
I don't think that Texas is not a legit.
But I don't see the schools. I'm saying is I don't know if any of these schools are ready for Deion. No, I think they'd be interested. I don't know if they're ready. I don't know if they can handle Deion.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, but Florida is like one of the few places that kind of checks all of the boxes that Deion needs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're right. Arkansas and Alabama. I mean, Arkansas and Auburn probably can't accommodate the things that come with Deion, but Florida can, because we've had Urban Meyer and Steve Spurrier. You can deal with that. You can kind of deal with anything.
Yeah, but they're not Yeah. Go ahead.
And he got the Florida would as much as Florida hasn't historically. Yes, Florida hasn't really told you like they need to revamp some of their facilities. I don't feel like they've revamped their facilities since my brother was there. I feel like if Deion shows up and they're gonna get because they're gonna get the return on your investment. That's what Colorado. If Colorado doesn't win another football game ever, Deion has paid for himself 50 times over. And you got to give them credit. They borrowed that money that they did not have. You remember what the athletic director said? I
We'll
don't
find
have
it.
this money. I don't got the money. But
we will find it.
Now he got so much money now in application fees and all the rest of that. It's what? Colorado, man, when was the last time somebody watched Colorado on TV before the last 2 years? Now every Colorado game. We've watched every Colorado game on TV.
Yep, we have, man. So it's interesting. I don't know what Deion's gonna do. Well, I do know he's gonna stay because he got Julian, and I think he's established himself now. I think he's gonna end up. I mean, remember he did come up under Bobby Bowden, and he's friends with Nick Saban. So that longevity and being dominant at once.
Surely not friends with Nick Saban. He may work with Nick Saban and shoot them commercials. Nick Saban was talking shit about Deion. You wouldn't talk shit about me and you are friends. You would not talk to the media about me the way that Nick Saban would talk about Deion.
That's
Say
fair.
it was an accident all you want to. You said what you said, bro.
I mean, that's fair. But I mean, I forgot what I was saying. But he is. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying.
You said that he had friends. Bobby, he came up during Bobby Bowden.
Oh no, not that friend. Is that he came up during Bobby Bowden's era, and Bobby Bowden was at Florida State for 50 years. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if he turns Colorado into a perennial powerhouse, the only other place for him to go is the pros, and he's a pro style coach. He's a Bobby Bowden style coach. He's a CEO, but I don't think he wants to go to the pros. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take about a 2 to 5 minute break while Norwood gets his camera straight.
We're gonna do a full restart, and we're gonna come back for NFL ready. So everybody, pour your drink.
We got to talk about So I guess we're not gonna talk about the playoffs. I mean, that's fine.
No. We can.
But we'll be back. Norwood will be back. Y'all go. Get your beverage, use the bathroom. We'll be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Y'all stay tuned.
Everybody restart your computer and clear your cache. I'm gonna try. I'm out of options.
We'll be right back.
Real niggas, it's my honor to pay you homage and extend the same respect to all your baby mamas. Cause streets is trifle, we carry rifles, granny carry Bibles, we carry hatred for our rivals. Same as Cain did Abel, killed his brother cause God showed him favor. Mankind killed his own savior, man to kill his neighbor. Man to kill his neighbor, they say what's in our nature. They say we children of a lesser God and treat us hateful. This shit is so disgraceful, I stay prayed and faithful. I apologize if I've ever spoke distasteful words in front of elders sitting at the dinner table. I tightened up and rightened up and God showed me favor. Blowing smoke up at the heavens, got my blessings trying to find atonement. My life's a testimony, that's why I stay high and holy. That's why I stay high and holy. Blowing smoke up at the heavens, got my blessings trying to find atonement. My life's a testimony, that's why I stay high and holy. That's why I stay high and holy. Men have died difference before their life is finished. Like, did you love a woman? Did you raise a child? Did you show some love? Did you give a smile? Were you made to suffer when you didn't deserve it? You fucked up, that's okay, bruh. Ain't nobody perfect. They say get right with God, cause the devil lurking. Lay your worries down, give God all your burdens. My brother's in the fire, and to save him's my desire. Our ambitions often co-conspire to go higher. God bless those that confess, and God damn the liars. Quoted like I wrote it, Michael, father of Anaya. Blowing smoke up at the heavens, count my blessings, trying to find atonement. My life's a testimony, that's why I stay high and holy. That's why I stay high and holy. Blowing smoke up at the heavens, count my blessings, trying to find atonement. My life's a testimony, that's why I stay high and holy. That's why I stay high and holy.
I can do whatever right here. Y'all giving me free reign.
If it wasn't up to me, then where would we be? Don't make it tough for me. If it wasn't up to me, then where would we be? It's getting tough to see. Don't be so childish, baby, calm down. Why you gotta keep riding? Yeah, I said leave, but I never said buying. Yeah, you know the works don't crap my style. Yeah, I know it hurts, everything takes time. Baby on the side, sitting all so silent. But now we doing silence. It's never act so wild again. I'm trying to chill, give me a Heineken. I'm feeling loopy. I think I'm off the vitamins. Where you choking? You need the Heimlich. How we go from arguing to feel we on an island? Down. I think we need some guidance. Every time we fuck, we leave a message looking violent. Thinking what I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking about the time when. If it wasn't up to me, then where would we be? Don't make it tough for me. If it wasn't up to me, then where would we be? It's getting tough to see. Don't be so childish, baby, calm down. Why you gotta keep riding? Yeah, I said leave, but I never said buying. Yeah, you know the works don't crap my style. Yeah, I know it hurts, everything takes time. Baby on the side, sitting all so silent.
All right, folks, let me turn this down. pause. And we are back. I believe Norwood is back. He had to restart.
Baby, I'm back.
That
was.
Mm-hmm. Camera went in slow motion. That caught me off guard.
Man,
but
it was like, it was weird because it was like recording, and I closed the phone. Me and you would talk for a little bit, and then I open it back up, and it'll go 15 minutes ago. I'm like, hey, I don't need you to record nothing that ain't recordable.
So the last thing we were talking about was the college football. I believe we were talking about the upsets, and we were talking about Deion and
Correct.
Kansas and Colorado. Let's pick up here. Teams that clinched. You have Georgia. Well, let's scroll through since we're here. Oregon clinched the Big Ten championship. I mean, they're 11-0. They're the only undefeated team left. It is what it is. We saw that happen impressively. Boise State.
So we regard them as the best team in college football?
Record-wise. I mean, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I think
they beat everybody in the Big Ten they played.
Either. I think you got to kind of give it to them until proven otherwise. But you got to play Ohio State again, and you're gonna play a much more confident Ohio State this time.
Yeah, and Ohio State feels like they were a bad slide away from kicking the game-winning field goal and them being number one and you being number 4.
Did they slide though? They slid, right? Though.
Will Johnson, yeah, he slid. That was Will Johnson.
Yeah, if you slid wrong, then that's just an L where I come from. But
so Oregon is the Big Ten champ. Boise's the Mountain West. We knew Boise has been the team that's gonna be there forever.
I'm cool with that though. I like this is the team that everybody, and Boise has consistently kind of been that guy who sticks around to the end and just always feels like, oh, this is the reason that you have the 12-team playoff.
They are the FBS version of North Dakota State. They are big fish, small pond.
Correct.
Georgia backs their way into the SEC championship game by clinching the
bad moves.
I guess the East. I mean, we ain't try. We ain't tell them to go lose.
I know. Oh, I know y'all didn't want it. I feel very confident that Kirby was probably cussing Ole Miss out. Like, you had one job, just slide us right in there, and then y'all didn't, and then now you got a way bigger problem.
So then you got Tulane versus
no pause.
Clinch the AAC. Whoa. Championship game. Army, the AAC championship game, Army and Tulane is set, and then SMU is waiting on either Clemson or Miami in the ACC championship game. So the picture is getting a little clearer. It's not clear yet, but it's getting there.
Definitely not yet.
And let me tell you why it's not clear, because of this.
This is the short version. There's a 17 version of this, and you're like, oh. But this
OU beat Alabama. Alabama beat
Georgia.
The reason. Georgia beat Texas. Texas beat OU.
But then you throw in there that Florida beat, I forgot. Like this is a 17 circle of this. And this is the reason that this gives credence to the SEC for leaving.
Now that they got Texas and Oklahoma,
all the best teams and all the best games this year have not solely, but primarily come from the SEC. It's the addition of Oklahoma and Texas makes it very clear that the SEC is playing football every week, and most of you conferences are only playing football for 2 or 3 weeks and then the conference championship. And I don't have an answer for that other than I agree with the SEC. They're just bad. Like, from a consumer point of view, as a person watching football, I don't want to watch the rest of these games. I just don't. I have no interest in that.
I'm
wrong for that.
looking at this, there's a world where Texas A&M beats Texas, Tennessee loses to Vanderbilt, which is a distinct possibility this year.
Absolutely.
We don't know what happens in the Iron Bowl. And that leaves two teams, UGA and assuming Texas A&M to play. And that leaves every other team except for UGA with 3 losses. And the team with 3 losses that has a chance to have the most impressive wins is guess who? If that scenario happens where Georgia
Alabama.
No. Good question. Good guess. But that I'm assuming that Bama loses to Auburn.
So and tell me if I'm wrong here. They have to be in the West too, right? Because the East is Georgia. So it's got to be a team in the West.
South Carolina. South Carolina is 5-3. They play Clemson, and overall, they would be they'd be 9-3, and they would have barely lost to Alabama.
Right?
They would have barely lost to Alabama. They would have got cheated against LSU. They would have beaten Missouri. They would have beaten Clemson.
How did they get cheated against LSU again?
They had 2 pick sixes called back. One was for roughing the pass. No, hitting the quarterback too hard, unnecessary roughness while he was getting blocked, trying to make a tackle. And the other one was a phantom pass interference holding call before the ball was in the air. Otherwise, they would have won that game. LSU kicked it.
South Carolina quarterback not good enough. Y'all, that would be a cakewalk for y'all.
Well, they would get in the playoff. We wouldn't play them. They would be in the at-large. They would play like Boise.
And they could get Boise a problem. Now, Boise, y'all, I'm happy for y'all, and I'm only happy for y'all because it makes people shut up. I don't really care about Boise football at all. But with that being said, I think that South Carolina could be very problematic. We've talked about it every week. Their defensive line is horrific for everybody.
They're scared.
So, Boise, y'all surely, you know how we don't respect y'all that much. Now, y'all can be had. Old boy who proposed his girlfriend, he been gone. They probably got a little family by now, knowing him.
So you got this. The SEC is wild. Again, UGA is going to play. But then there's the Big 12. Big 12 chaos, too. They currently have a 4-way tie for first place in the Big 12. We talked about it earlier.
Nobody
Arizona
cares.
State, BYU, Iowa
Nobody
State,
cares.
and Colorado.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about any of these teams.
Playoffs, for the playoffs seeding, so let's say Arizona State wins with 3 losses. Do you put Boise State at 3? Put them at 4? The seeding, you saying nobody cares, but the seeding matters. Seeding matters.
Yeah. You probably have to give it to the Big 12 because they have more competitive people than the Mountain West. So you would seed them higher. What you're looking at what?
Well, didn't Boise State beat BYU? No, they lost.
Yeah. Because BYU was undefeated until they lost. So yeah.
To Kansas and then the other people.
Yeah. But I got to give BYU a ton of credit because as much as I talk about them not beating teams handily, winning close games ain't easy either.
Yeah.
And they did it consistently, but once they were exposed, they were exposed.
Colorado fumbled. Man, they fumbled because Arizona State they beat Arizona, they go. And then, of course, Iowa State beats Kansas State, they go. So you have Iowa State and Iowa State and Arizona State playing for the championship. And because now if BYU beats Houston, they may be able to get the at-large.
Boy.
But Colorado's pretty much out of it unless they win the Big 12 because they fumbled.
You talk about Houston. You remember a person who was talking about Tom Herman? At one point was supposed to be like the next guy, and then it's like, ooh.
Yeah,
Who?
Tom Herman.
That
Yeah.
boy went from Houston to Texas to
Austin.
I
Austin
guess
said, "We what we not gonna do? Y'all can have 5 Slamma Jamma. Y'all will not overtake us. No, sir.
Yeah.
Not me."
Tom Herman came in and out like a thief in the night, and it's crazy because he
Yeah,
keep
De'Aaron
your
King.
ass
You remember?
where you at. Sometimes keep your ass where you at. He was at U of H, flourishing. Took that Texas job. Shit, we might be able to get him Coach Hampton now.
Or Florida.
I mean,
You never
I
know.
take it. Beggars can't be choosy. I'm humble. I just want wins at this point. I'm desperate, to be honest. I ain't humble.
I'm gonna read this stat to you all. And this is basically a callback to what Dion was talking about. Only 41% of the college football bracket has a top 10 recruiting class from 2021, which means those guys will be seniors or whatever. Seniors, super seniors, or juniors. Oregon at number 6. Georgia was number 4. Alabama was number 1. Ohio State was number 2. And then everybody that was outside of that, and Notre Dame at number 9. Everybody outside of that, Ole Miss was 17, Penn State 21, Boise State 67. I think Ohio State was number 2. I said that before. Indiana 55, BYU 74. That's not saying that these coaches are doing,
Where is Colorado at, though? That's the question.
2021, Dion wasn't there. He was at Jackson State.
Oh, 2021 class. Okay, I get what you're saying now.
So what they're saying is basically saying is the transfer portal. They're reinforcing what Dion said. The transfer portal is kind of.
He's right. He's right.
He makes
these players.
Yeah, it makes it now. I mean, Alabama had Caleb Downs. He's at Ohio State now.
And which I kind of said earlier in the pod is you're right. You have to reassess what the class is when the season starts. Not when they sign up or when they take all them pictures and do all the rest of that foolishness. Do you have a helmet, son? Are you playing on the team? You still there? Then let's do these draft classes. Because otherwise, you're right. It's just too much mobility, and I think that there's an entering draft class this is very interesting, and exiting draft class is very interesting. And how long you're able to maintain those players is all of that together. And I do give Dion a lot of credit for that. He looks and works this like a corporate job, not like a football team, and that's what they've done in the past. Everything has been more team-oriented. Now he's like, oh, no, I know that I only need 10 of these. But you got to play. And that's you're going to have to entrust a lot of your future in a high school kid. Like, look at Billy Napier. Billy Napier is only employed because of DJ Lagway.
Same thing. I mean, yeah. But I mean, I think he's mastered the transfer portal, and mastering the transfer portal, and what Kirby has really done for wide receiver recruiting is go to the transfer portal, and where you have guys flipping. Like, we were supposed to get Caleb Downs, and then he said no, so they went and just kept Dan Jackson for another year. So, like, it is what it is. But Kirby did say, and I do agree, this came out after last week's rankings in AP, where Georgia was ranked number 11. Number 11, behind all of those teams you said are not real. And Kirby has said this for a while. It's not necessarily the 12 best teams. It's the 12 teams that kind of fit into their formula. And he said they really need to decide what they want. Your fans want you to be in the playoffs, but they don't want you to play a cupcake schedule. And, of course, it's well known that Georgia has the toughest schedule this year. Florida had the toughest schedule coming into this year, and I think they got number 2 now, and Georgia got number 1.
But this is what comes with what this is. This is not, they're not asking for the top 12 teams. What they want is probably the top 8 teams and then 4 teams that would not have gotten a shot in the past.
They can tell everybody
That's
shut up. That's what this is.
Yes. That's the reason I always said we only need 8 teams. In hindsight and like kind of talking through it, especially looking at the season, this is why they were right picking 12 teams. Because you're right.
Yeah. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Because you need the 8 best teams, which I think I think it would be very tough for you not to get the 8 best teams.
I don't think it's about getting the 8 best teams, though. I think it's about. Oh,
hold on. So, I think that it's like anything. I got to get more than I need in order to get the right stuff that I need. I can't just say if I need the 8 best teams, I can't pick 8. So if I need the 8 best teams, then I need 12. Same thing. The same reason you couldn't. 4 wasn't enough because I'm not covering enough for the best teams. So if I need the 4 best teams, then I need 8 teams to play. If I need the 8 best teams, then I need 12 teams to play. Because you have to keep those people at the end who we may or may not like respect or recognize. They got to show up somewhere. That's the reason you got the Boise. That's the reason you have the, I guess, who else? The Arizona or whoever comes out of the Big 12. Though you need all of those guys too. So yeah, you need 12 to get 8. And I didn't have that foresight when I started this. It's a little bit more, but you got to understand what they're looking for. We think 12 best teams. No, 8 best teams, and then 4 people I need to shut up.
I don't think it's about that. At least that's not what Kirby's upset about. Kirby's upset about, and rightfully so, I think all SEC teams are upset about, like, dog, how you have us ranked number 11 and y'all are not taking into account the strength of schedule. Like, Georgia has the best win of the year. They have the best win of the year. They went to the number 1 team, night game, awful loss to Alabama, and bullied them. Beat Texas down. And Texas has beaten everybody else down they've played, except for Vanderbilt. Everybody else they have destroyed. So Georgia has the best win. They have probably the second best loss. You lost to Alabama at the time, was the number 3 team at home. Your strength of schedule, you've played more ranked teams than the other top 10 teams combined.
But
Ohio State, Oregon, all of them you talking about, Penn State, Indiana, all them Big 10 teams, none of them played the schedule Georgia has. So the whole 12-team, 18-team is cool. That's fine. But the point that they're saying is, well, how are you grading this? Because you telling us grading us on the loss to Alabama, but that team up there lost to somebody that's terrible.
It's the Indiana 1 loss to nobody. I mean, to Ohio State. The one time that you actually got into, the one time you played somebody that we respected, you got your ass cut. You kind of proved to everybody who didn't believe in you that they shouldn't believe in you.
Now, come on, man. What are we talking about?
With that being said,
what are we talking about? Penn State. I think this is the projected college football rankings as of.
I do think that Georgia should. I mean, I do think that Florida should be top 25 ranked. And I mean, I do want to talk about this now. If I can talk about Deion, then I'm gonna talk about Billy Napier. I think that Billy Napier, even though I don't think that he's a very good coach, what he's been able to do has put him in a situation where he's earned another year. I know sometimes you know going into things.
He's going to be there as long as DJ there.
Lord, I'm trying to do my best to be unbiased and deal with this. And Reggie just going to stomp me out while I'm down. And I'm doing the best to be objective and fair and reasonable and deal with this on my own accord, because I know this is the worst part about being a Florida fan is at the end of the day, I know that this is stupid, but I got to go along with at least some of the stupidity. So for me, yeah, I mean, if you look at Florida's schedule, we've taken some bad losses, but outside of the teams that were supposed to beat us, we did okay.
Yeah.
And we beat LSU. Which
So,
is it's
and Ole
unfortunate,
Miss.
but I can't be mad. I am mad because I know the answer, and that's just a struggle of life, knowing the right thing and having to wait for it to happen. But where we are right now is reasonable, you know. And I mean, we gotta keep Lagway. Let's be real. Everything we got here is based on Lagway.
So as of now, according to Yahoo Sports and other outlets, this is just the graphic we use, but they've all been pretty much the same. Oregon is one. They're still projecting Texas to be number 2 because they expect them to win the SEC championship. They expect Miami to be number 3.
Win the ACC.
And win the ACC, and then Boise State gets the at-large at 4, which I never talked about, but them being number 4 allows for them to have a home game in Boise, Idaho, which is cold as hell. So if you get a team like this is projected, so you got Georgia at 8 and 9. So what? Before I get off on the tangent, my point about this was Georgia's going to be ranked number 8, and you had to play Tennessee again. You would assume that Georgia is better than Penn State. I would assume so.
I ain't gonna lie. Reach over this deck. Reach over this deck. Like the 4, I'm honestly okay with. Oregon wins the Big Ten, sure. Texas wins the SEC, sure. Miami wins the ACC, sure. And then Boise wins the Mountain West. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even though Boise, that's the difficult part is everybody and their mama knows that Boise's not the number 4 team in the country.
It's not about ranking.
But you gotta.
It's just the 4th.
Yes. I'm saying you just gotta say that. I think that it needs to be said out loud.
I don't think it's unknown.
Georgia needs to play SMU. Tennessee needs to play Penn State. I'm okay with Notre Dame and Indiana playing. And I think I'm probably okay with Ohio State and Arizona State playing. But don't put the SEC versus the SEC. Somebody
you got to get them out of there. Yeah, they're trying. The whole point of this was to get rid of SEC dominance. Now, to me, this is fluid, so this is not going to be it. But if it were to end today, this is what they assume. I honestly think, and I'm not willing to call it yet, but I think Texas A&M gonna give Texas all they can handle. I think that defense is good. I think they run the ball, and I think Texas is soft.
I think the Texas defense probably doesn't just let Texas A&M run all over them. Yeah, but and I get what you're saying about SEC dominance, but that's, and tell me if I'm wrong here.
You're wrong.
But I think that it bodes better for everybody. Instead of letting the SEC kill itself off, let these people who feel like the SEC is an overrated conference, let them all get it.
They would have done that last year. I've lost faith in all of this once Georgia lost the SEC championship by 3 points. 2 points. And they didn't even make it to the playoff. And Texas, in the Big 12, made it to the playoff. And you're the defending national champion. Once all that happened, and then what I've seen now, ranked number 11, and you rank, I don't know what's about.
Let's be real here. Everybody wants a piece of the SEC, and I think for them, if you can win, it legitimizes your program, because you know what happens every year as soon as the bowl games roll around. X, Y, and Z versus the SEC. So yeah, let everybody get an SEC team and beat them.
No, we're gonna find out.
If you can't beat them in the playoffs, then let the conference figure it out, like we always have.
So moving on, man, the chance of a college playoff. This is what we talked about earlier. Oregon is at 100%.
Some of these is already out of there.
No, they're not. This is as of yesterday. Oregon is 100%.
Some of these teams already have basically checked their box. They're in. Ohio State is in. Penn State basically in. Oregon is in.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Oregon, Ohio State has 100%. Penn State at 99. Texas at 98. I mean, whoever basically has one loss. I can't believe they have Indiana at 98. I'm skeptical about that. Georgia would have lost to Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss. Alabama losing hurts Georgia. Miami, Tennessee, and Boise State are basically, they're saying these teams have to lose. They control their own destiny, and of course,
Indiana is probably there because they're a one-loss team, and they won't. I think they play Purdue, and that's it.
And they only lost.
You're not going to exclude. Yeah, and you can't exclude the one team. I mean, the
you
one
can't
loss
exclude
they have
them and keep Penn State. You can't do that. I think the only other win, their best win is USC.
So Iowa State 100% in. So you think that you get Penn State or Indiana? You don't think you get both?
No, I think you get both. I'm saying you can't exclude Indiana and keep Penn State.
Oh, so you're saying
you can't,
Ohio
they're the same
State,
team.
Penn State, Indiana, those are your three from the Big Ten.
Oregon.
I'll be forgetting they in the Big Ten. Ooh, that was a good pickup for them. Great pickup. And
Georgia needs to beat Texas. For this to happen, Georgia got to beat Texas.
Big Ten needed Oregon so bad. So bad. Because if not, hey, right. This is going to be interesting. This is the parity that we asked for. And in hindsight, that's the one thing that I think that I've learned is if you want the 8 best teams, then you need a 12-team playoff.
Yep.
I'm okay with that.
We're going to table this Heisman talk. Ashton Jeanty, another monster performance. Travis.
Let me tell y'all the answer, and that'll be quick.
Damn.
Cole Heisman. Deion Jeanty.
No, not going to happen. But Travis Hunter continues his historic season. 10 receiving touchdowns. I think he's the only second player in history with 10 receiving touchdowns and multiple defensive INTs and touchdowns. His odds are now at minus 900. Ashton Jeanty he's an elite company. The only other players to rush for 2,000 yards and at least 25 touchdowns all won the Heisman. Ricky Williams is one. I think Barry Sanders is another.
And there's a dude from Nebraska. I forgot his name.
So you have that, and so he's an elite company. So either way, some history maker is going to feel like they got snubbed. But right now, Travis Hunter is the projected winner of the Heisman.
Are you opposed to the Cole Heisman champ?
Yeah. They never did that before.
Oh, Cole Rookie of the Year. I guess you're right, but what Travis is doing is so otherworldly. But Jeanty, when you start talking about Barry Sanders is the only person who's in your conversation, I can't imagine you walk away from that.
As I said, man, if they don't give it to Jeanty, two things will be true. Travis Hunter will have had a hell of a game, hell of a season, and it will 100% enforce that the running back position is not as valued as before. That would be especially.
That's the reason I don't want a Cole Heisman winner is that when it's a quarterback, it's always clear cut, and we know what that typically means.
But Cam Ward ain't no good quarterback. That also tells us indictment on quarterbacks, so there ain't no great quarterback.
Yeah,
but ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the Heisman. We've come to the end of the Heisman talk. I told you it was going to be brief. We've come to the end of college football. It is We are now going to move on to, we probably going to cut NBA, to be honest. We're going to move on to pro football. Give us about 30 seconds. We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned.
Have you ever seen a sunrise twice? Cause I really wanna spend the night with you. My body don't need no sleep. No, nothing gon' come between me and you. Jumping in this love like a swimming pool. Really don't do drugs. I just need some shrooms. You can watch me dancing. You can watch my moves. You my Coca-Cola. I'm your 100 proof. Twice. Cause I really wanna spend the night with you. My body don't need no sleep. No, nobody can complete me like you do. Jumping in this love like a swimming pool. Really don't do drugs. I just need some shrooms. You can watch me dancing. You can watch my moves. I'm your midnight mocha. You're my bulletproof.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our second part of our football segment, our NFL segment. Got a few things we're going to talk about today, man. We got a lot going on. I'm going to start out with the drama. I want to be messy, I want to be petty, and I want to make sure we talk about this first. The New York Football Giants are one of the worst run organizations in the history of football, especially this year.
We're going to have just me and you have this conversation. Yeah, I'm only here for the best. Let's talk about how terrible the Giants are, the Cowboys, and the Jets, and then the Browns. We're not talking about nobody who's good today. We are here for chaos and chaos only, ladies and gentlemen. We here to tell you terrible. And
so Daniel Jones, I set this up this way. I got it embarrassing and still getting paid. The fact that Daniel Jones was demoted midweek was one thing. The fact that he was demoted 3 positions is disrespect. The fact that y'all put him at 4th string safety is embarrassing as an organization. Brian Daboll, at that point, that's terrible culture. You're making the team, no matter how bad he is, the team players are gonna rally around him for that because you're disrespecting him as a man now, as a player. That's awful. The Giants are awful for that.
And quarterback is uniquely a position where you're a protected class. So everybody in that locker room knows that if you treat the quarterback like this, you'll surely treat me like this if things don't go my way. And y'all have listened to the pod. Thank you guys. Please remember, like, follow, subscribe. I've told you for at least 2 years that Daniel Jones is a scam.
Everybody
and it is. It's a scam in the same way that like those mattress wear, and you've never seen that many people buy mattresses from Mattress Firm, or just weird things that you notice and it just doesn't make sense. With that being said, Daniel Jones has been an exemplary member of the New York Giants. No foolishness, no controversy, no crazy things out of his mouth. And they just dogged him for a week. Hey, let's
dogged him for a week. They had him play safety.
4 teams, yeah, like.
And then they released him after they said that they didn't want to pay the money. So they released him
because they didn't want him to get hurt. if he got hurt.
Well, yeah, because he had a $23 million exception.
They didn't play him. They didn't play him because they didn't start him because they didn't want him to get hurt and have to pay him.
They would have, because he was going to receive $92 million from his contract because that was the fully guaranteed. But if he had played, got hurt, he would have gotten $23 more million, which would have put him at 115. And they're already at, if I'm not mistaken, $20 million dead cap space. Then you have the owner who's lying, talking about, and the general manager and owner talking about, I'm glad we gave Daniel Jones the contract, the 4-year, $160 million extension in 2023. It is only 2024, y'all, which means $40 million a year, $92 million guaranteed. You paid so he got $92 million a year is essentially what he got.
Why are you doubling down on the I made a mistake.
That's not even the worst thing. You did that and didn't pay Saquon.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's have this discussion. So there are a couple things here.
Oh, wait, there's more, but we can have that. There's more.
Don't double down on dumb. Don't say that you were happy for making this extension and paying him and then cutting him. That clearly shows, your actions show that you weren't happy with his production. So instead of just being transparent and saying, you know what, we made a mistake, you double down, which of course your fan base isn't stupid. And I'm not your fan. So for me, it's just you're treating me like I'm dumb. I know you're not happy, because if you were happy, you would have still had him on the roster. I want you to understand that. Number two, I have said since before y'all even offered him the contract, he's not good. And as much as I'm an excellent podcaster, 50% of 100% the realest podcast in the world, if I can identify that, then you should be able to too. And if you can't, then everybody needs to be fired. And then you just need to hire me and Reggie, because we could get this together.
Yeah, Blind Man can see Daniel Jones wasn't worth that extension. Blind Man can see Daniel Jones didn't need to be drafted at 4. Like, the Giants have made so many wrong. Yep. Yeah, you forgot about that too. They've made so many wrong decisions.
Got y'all look like Stevie Wonder.
Like, got there looking like foolish. And then there's even more mess that the Giants did. They went and got and traded for, don't forget, they traded for Drew Lock to be the backup to Daniel Jones. And then instead of making Drew Lock, who has been the number 2 quarterback all year, you decide to start DeVito, who didn't even think that he was going to be starting. He found out 2 days before the game that he was going to be the starting quarterback, and Drew Lock was not. Oh, Cutlets.
And Cutlets. I love Cutlets. And I love Drew Lock. Drew Lock was like, this look like some bullshit to me too.
I don't know.
And this is the best. And this is the best part of being in a situation at a job that you know you're probably not going to have next year, is you can be honest. Oh, hell, I don't know what they was thinking. They did what? DeVito? Now Drew Lock just gets the opportunity to go in that locker room and piss the day away every day. Oh, you know they're not even. Y'all not trying to win. Me neither.
Now, Brian Daboll, you gonna be out of there.
And the bad part is, Brian Daboll didn't do anything to deserve to be fired. He didn't pick this team. He didn't. Who could have won with Daniel Dimes? He didn't pick that. He's not a general manager. He's a coach.
He said double down and agreed to trade Saquon. You were the coach when you as the head coach could be like, no, we do not need to pay Daniel Dimes. No, we do not need to trade Saquon.
But
the owner was on the side of saying keep a Saquon.
But Hard Knocks. That Hard Knocks clip is, he's put himself in the same category as I'm gonna say this name, and then I'm gonna refer to him as what I really refer to him. He's Thomas Dimitrov. He's he who shall not be named. For you to outline what you don't want to happen on HBO, Home Box Office Network, in front of the world, and for that to happen, boy, I won't sleep at night if Saquon goes. Saquon playing his ass off.
He is the leading rusher.
Now you talking about you finna lose sleep. Now you gotta stay up for the rest of your life. You can't even close your eyes.
You can't even club, boy. You might as well cut them lids off and just get you some water spritzer to keep it.
No,
that's it.
Now you have now you have to either retire from sports, or you have to go and be a middle school athletic director.
You talking about the owner, or you talking about the GM?
The general manager who said, "Boy, I'm gonna miss a lot of nights of sleep." Oh, and Saquon is dotting all over the NFL.
Yeah,
they need to sanitize this whole organization. Just everybody has to go.
This COVID, just spray it all.
When bleach. I tell you, yes, I'm talking about with the chlorine gun. Everything just start. And let's be real here. The whole city of New York, we don't respect y'all in football anyway. And clearly y'all don't know how to act with football teams. Start the fuck over. Start over.
Yeah.
Jets and Giants.
And you got to get rid of Daboll, which means Malik Neighbors is not going to be happy. And we're in a new era of athletes being, you forgot about him, huh? Athletes being upset.
No, I didn't forget because he's on my fantasy team. Repeat what you said. Malik Neighbors isn't going to be happy. You mean he is not happy now? Oh, you didn't hear what Brian Daboll said today? Oh, I got to do a better job and get him get him some touches in the first.
Well, what I'm saying is he's not going to be happy with whatever happens because you got rid of Daniel Jones and he said it's not the quarterback, it's the same thing, which means he's saying that it's Brian Daboll. So even if you get rid of Brian Daboll and get rid of quarterback, he's now going to be in year 2 next year. And you only got 2 more. Really, 1 more if you've seen the Jamar Chase. Until you have to get a new coach, a new quarterback, and prove that he should stay there. Because he can come right on home. He can go right to New Orleans. He can go right to New Orleans. That's where he from down there.
Kayvon Thibodeau, you sticking around for this? Brian Burns, you sticking around?
Yeah, Brian
for
Burns
this?
is they paid him.
hey, Terry Fontenot, go get him. Please go get Brian Burns.
We're not even going to talk about the Falcons. The Falcons are on the bye week. You're not going to piss me off with talking about Terry Fontenot and Jimmy Lake non-moving behind. Nope. Stick with the bums in New York.
But what I'm saying is I want the Falcons to take Brian Burns off the plate so he can't ruin us no more. I want us to just, everybody, once you kick our ass, just bring them to the Falcons. I want TJ Watt. I want anybody who can beat us single-handedly. Just join us, because I'm afraid.
I don't trust Jimmy Lake or Terry Fontenot. Now, I like Terry for the offensive stuff, but everything that he hasn't done has panned out. Latu out there playing. All these other guys that he could have drafted. Quinyon Mitchell, Jared Verse, Latu, Cooper DeJean. What are our deficits? What do we need help at? We need help at defensive end, rush in for sacks, and we need a number 2 corner. But you got Penix on the bench, and you're not even allowing him to throw the ball more than 2 times a game.
Relax now. Relax. But Penix, when we call your number, you better be ready. That's the only thing, bruh. I'm going to leave you over there. We're going to leave you in the incubator. I'm a firm believer that the NFL needs to reevaluate quarterback development with Michael Penix Jr. By the time you come out of the incubator, you better be like, pop out with this Penix, fam. We ain't got no time for nothing other than you to be. You better be Kirk Cousins on day 1.
Yep.
But overall, the Giants are just no. We're not doing that because we forgot about Xavier McKinney.
Oh,
Giants got rid of Xavier McKinney. They have the least amount of interceptions in the entire NFL. Xavier McKinney has 7 for the Packers.
By himself. Leading the league.
Oh. Do we need to talk about Saquon and the Giants and playing for Philly?
Well, I was going to talk about the game. You said you didn't want to talk about the game. But the Giants.
No, we're here to dogpile on New York football. You guys.
Well, we talked about Saquon. He's about to win the rushing title. He's setting records. He has more 50-yard runs and 50-yard touchdowns than the Giants have had, other than him, ever.
Don't sleep. You said you was gonna miss sleep. Don't never sleep again. Never again. I hate the New York Giants, and it's not that I even hate your team. It's just that y'all are so stupid. Just poorly run. Dare I say, ghetto organization. We're going to start using these words the right way. Y'all don't take care of your athletes. You don't have a game plan. Now your team looks stupid. You want to talk about the Jets or you want to dogpile on the Giants more?
Bill Belichick interested in the Jaguars' job.
Talking about ghetto. Yes. Reggie, hold on. If I could get some good TV, I would love to watch Bill Belichick haze the hell out of Trevor Lawrence. If I could get that, if I could get Bill Belichick to treat Trevor Lawrence like he treated Tom Brady, I'll pay for this. My Sunday ticket will be worth it. I think that Trevor Lawrence is terrible, and I think that Bill Belichick is an asshole. I would love to see this together.
I think you would get a different side of Belichick. I think he still would be the stern, tough guy, but I think you would get early.
What you looking at?
You would get early Tom Brady type team. I think Belichick will build the hell out of that defense. And I think he'll build the hell out of that. They already got 2 decent running backs. But in Tom Brady, for the first 3, it was all deep. They will.
The defense, I don't want to. You know how sometimes you get ahead of you know how you say, don't get ahead of your skis? I could walk myself into a problem here. Because Belichick could make, like, Trevor Lawrence is getting towards the end of his rope. You know, once you get to the end, you got to kind of get it together. And they have Trevor Etienne.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Before you make my point, that was literally the point I was making when you cut me off. So, like, they have defense already in place. They already have 2 good running backs. They have Evan Ingram, who is a very good receiving tight end. Doug Peterson is wore out his welcome. One thing Belichick can do is put together a team that can hold it in the road on offense and put you in a position to win. So you get that. You have Trevor Lawrence. And honestly, from an outside standpoint, if Belichick could win with Trevor Lawrence, building a team that could win with Trevor Lawrence, all of that shit y'all talking about with him and Tom Brady takes a mighty cut. Because now, hey, y'all saying Brady won, I won because of Brady. Well, I won with Trevor Lawrence, who Norwood for 3 years has been telling me is trash and awful, and Daniel Jones. And I put together a team that was awful. They trying to move them to London. They trying to move Jaguars to London. They so bad. And then I come back and win. Now I have the same number as Brady. I would have won with a quarterback that probably won't make the Hall of Fame.
You made a man. You made a man. That's the thing that you get more than anything is you made a man.
It makes sense.
Where there was.
It makes sense. See? You just had to have a conversation.
It's a recipe for something, but it's surely a recipe for good television. Because as consumers, me and you are going to watch for the blow up. But if you really look at it, it is kind of best case scenario for Bill Belichick. You got an organization that had Urban Meyer, and now it was a shit show. It was just terrible. Just never was going to be anything. Then you took Dougie P, who is a guy who was already semi-accomplished and had done some things, but got here and was not able to do anything. Could not make it shake. You got a quarterback who's literally at the end of his own rope. You have a defense that's
he just signed that contract extension. Why do you think he's at the end of his own rope?
Trevor Lawrence this is it.
Yeah.
Like,
so you saying the rope is 4 years or 3 years is what you saying?
I'm saying that Trevor Lawrence can't like after this season and one more season, he's gonna get the what the fuck treatment. You're supposed to be Peyton Manning, and you ain't even Eli. You're the highest recruit.
He could beat Eli though. If Belichick builds that team that the way that New York did, Eli ain't do nothing special.
I don't know if you like. We look at the Eli championships and be like, oh well, anybody, but you still gotta do it. And Trevor Lawrence has never been as good as Eli on probably his worst season, to be honest.
In the regular season,
even the bad
8-8 Eli.
Even Eli's Trevor Lawrence was 8-8 because old boy at the Colts sabotaged Matt Ryan. The Colts was gonna win the AFC South. The 1 year that you won it, it was because Irsay fired everybody. No, I'm not putting Trevor Lawrence sucks. Trevor Lawrence is a bust. Trevor Lawrence sucks. He's never been good. Ever.
Yeah, but as I said before, you can build the team around him, which is what is a Belichick staple. But we're not gonna stay here.
But Belichick could just stomp everybody out because nobody can talk to Belichick at this point because y'all suck.
But yeah, but they're also in line to get like the number 1 draft pick. I mean, or at least the number 2, so they could trade down. They gonna have money because they can trade away other people. They already gonna get rid of Christian Kirk. So you have that. Who's gonna be at the top of the board, and what does Belichick like? He likes DBs, and he's played receivers at DBs before. You got 2 of those and one person named Travis Hunter right over there, and to be a corner with Tyson Campbell and Cisco. And now all of the sudden, your defense, your secondary, they already got all them defensive ends and whatever that they actually are pretty good at the D line. And I'm sure you probably keep Nielsen, who's a D line coach. You have the team on defense to set the record straight. You just have to figure out what you're going to do offense. Huh?
Jacksonville worse than the Patriots?
They're 2-9.
And the Patriots are
2 and something. It's probably the same. It ain't too much work. They right neck and neck. And that's assuming that the teams and somebody's going to trade up for
how Brian Burns said, y'all have an ass off. Who is more?
They're gonna trade up, and teams are gonna trade up for a quarterback. Somebody gonna want Shador. Somebody gonna want Cam Ward. Somebody gonna buy into Jackson Dart because that's what happens. So somebody's gonna buy. Quarterbacks don't drop out of the top 10. So at that point, you could trade down. Now you could trade down, get a couple of picks, and one thing Belichick can do is draft them middle round dudes.
And the Jaguars are 2-9.
Told you. I think the Raiders may be worse.
2-9.
Yeah.
Browns 3-8. Shador on everybody's list. But Travis Hunter and the Patriots makes a lot of sense.
Travis Hunter and all them teams need DBs. Oh, ain't no 2-9 team don't need no DB. or a wide receiver. Ain't nothing secure about 2-9.
Hey, hold on, wait. What we're gonna do is we are Falcons fans. And as much as we are not in the greatest position, it feels good not to be 2-9, 3-8, boy. I'm gonna tell you that much. That's a whole different. Boy, I had to watch Marcus Mariota for a whole season. I want my eyes back.
Where does Mariota play? He plays in the Commanders now. Yeah, he playing the Commanders. New York, man. I don't know the Jets, y'all. I I ain't never seen nothing like this, y'all. I ain't never seen nothing like what's happening in the Jets. The Jets I ain't never seen nothing that's happening in New York. I've never seen nothing like this happen. The Jets owner Woody Johnson arrived in his helicopter on Tuesday morning during practice. GM Joe Douglas turned to interim head coach Jeff Ulbrich and joked, "If they pull me off the practice field, it's been an honor to serve with you." The two initially laughed like, ha, 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 that won't happen. Mind you, they just fired Robert Saleh, allegedly for underperforming. We know why it was. He wore a Lebanon patch, and the owner is, I believe, Jewish. That's what the rumors are. So Woody Johnson says this. So what happens? The owner then comes up to practice, pulls him off the field, and fires him. Fires him on the spot. So now the Jets need a head coach. I'm assuming they're going to need a defensive and a staff, because you don't ever keep the staff. And they need a general manager and possibly a quarterback.
Possibly. When Woody Johnson has been asking for Aaron Rodgers to have been benched. Oh, yeah. Head coach, quarterback, defensive coordinator. Wash it all down the drain. But I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all, I'm going to save y'all a lot of time here. That man ain't deserve to be fired.
Who? None of them. Salah, none of them deserve to be fired.
No, honestly, correct. None of them. Y'all let Aaron Rodgers hijack your organization, and you get what comes with that. But let's be very clear here. I'm gonna just give you a couple players that this man has collected during his general manager time here. Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams, Tyron Smith. Hold on, we're not done yet. Quinnen Williams, Hassan Reddick. CJ Mosley was already there. Sauce Gardner. Now, sure, he drafted Zach Wilson, and Zach Wilson was a flaming bag of garbage. You're right. Players mess up. They make mistakes. But if you go back, and me and Reggie has done an NFL breakdown on all of these rosters, one thing that we can say about the Jets roster early and often is it's good. If you pick a bunch of good players as a general manager, you're supposed to be safe.
Drafting wise, it is good. Free agency moves have been questionable. They had one of the best defensive tackle combos in Quinnen Williams and Leonard Williams, and they traded Leonard Williams, traded him to the Giants.
Because you drafted Quinnen, and you got Devontae, and Garrett, and Breece.
Devontae is free agency. I wouldn't have made that trade personally.
But what I'm saying, I get what you're saying, but as a GM, my job mostly is to collect assets for the coach. I buy the groceries so that the coach can cook. If I give you all of these assets, you're supposed to cook, my boy. That's your job. And, Javon Kinlaw, throw him in there too.
Yeah.
But it's very clear. This is what happens when you get Aaron Rodgers. He holds your organization hostage. And instead of firing him, you fire all the other people. That's how Saleh got fired. I think that Saleh did the right thing, get fired early. Get out of there, get that stench off of you. Saleh can be a defensive coordinator by next season. I think that everybody identifies it.
I want him to come to the Falcons so bad.
Saleh could very well be a whole head coach somewhere else in a different situation if enough of these guys.
Jaguars.
Right. Aaron
Same
Rodgers
situation.
Is a terrorist. Aaron Rodgers is a terrorist. No. Nothing is the same. Aaron Rodgers is a terrorist. When he comes to where where you're at, pause. Jeez. He is going to take over, and Sniggle all you want to, sniggling and giggling. And he's just gonna ruin it.
I don't
And
like
now
this
you
graphic because there's nowhere for him to go. Bryce Young played pretty well against Kansas City. Kansas City still look kind of fraudulent. Will Levis, for as many memes as you get, he still be out there throwing 98-yard touchdowns and be playing. I mean, he had an 89-yard touchdown at the tight end this week.
Quarterback development, you're gonna have to eventually pay for it. NFL teams want to be cheap and find a way not to develop quarterbacks. You don't get that.
Oakland's not going to happen. You just traded Devontae from Oakland to New York, which means you have to trade all that back.
I'm talking to San Francisco. San Francisco, y'all keep not trying to develop a quarterback, and you keep getting something that can't get you anywhere. How did you refill that cup?
Me? Oh. I'm Walker the Magician. Lenoir Ryan. Black Magic.
Telling not to fall in line, leave a badge.
In all honesty, Aaron Rodgers should retire. I think the Jets should blow it up. I think you should trade.
No. I want him to terrorize more people.
I don't know if there's anywhere else for him to. If this is truly the end, I don't know where else he goes. He can't move.
Somebody.
Who?
Okay, so this is the thing. Once the draft shakes out, how many quarterbacks you think in the draft are legitimate?
3.
Okay.
2. Maybe 2.
Shador, Cam Ward.
Cam is a maybe. I ain't seen Cam just stand in the pocket and play. Because you ain't going to be able to do all. We seen Caleb Williams. You ain't going to be able to do all that you doing now. 7 seconds and running backwards and doing that.
It's
ain't going to
taking
happen.
a lot. You're right. So somebody's going to be like, I need Aaron Rodgers. And you're just going to go. It's going to. Somebody's going to be stupid and it's going to cost you 2 years. It's really to see who's dumb enough to do it. But somebody's going to do it.
Jaguars.
Just like, I mean, he's the. Everything says Brett Favre.
They talking about him going to Minnesota, which would be the exact same route. It went from Green Bay to the New York Jets to the Minnesota Vikings.
So let's talk about it. Sam Darnold. Do you let Sam Darnold walk out of your building?
Yeah. You got J.J. McCarthy. You've already invested the number 10 pick.
I'm telling you, this is what I'm going to do. I'm be honest with you. Because I thought about this. Well, I'm not going to say that. I thought about this in depth. I don't think you let Sam Darnold walk.
Make him the starter?
If you let Sam Darnold walk, you better have the best talent assessment team in the entire world. Because you have to be 100% sure that J.J. McCarthy is it.
J.J. McCarthy's floor is Tim Tebow.
I think that J.J. McCarthy's ceiling is what Sam Darnold is doing right now. Sorry.
I think J.J. McCarthy's a better playmaker. Sam Darnold has a bigger arm. But I mean, honestly, at this point in the way the NFL is, I don't know. None of these quarterbacks going to be good. Everybody want the quarterback to be Patrick Mahomes and be good 10 games into your career. It's not going to happen.
That's the reason that I like the same thing that I've talked about Daniel Dimes and the same thing I've talked about with Trevor Lawrence. That's where Minnesota is right now. Steelers, you're in the same boat. You got to guess. You have to guess. And you have to guess right. Because Steelers, if you guess wrong, me and you have talked about it. Pickens don't seem happy. And I don't know if he's just an angry human, but he don't seem happy there.
Pittsburgh would be cool for Aaron Rodgers. Pittsburgh would be cool. And they got the money because Russell Wilson makes a stupid amount of money. Pittsburgh would be cool.
But
no, he doesn't. They bought him out. Yeah, never mind. But Pittsburgh will be cool though. That is interesting. I don't know. And Arthur Smith don't like to run no motion. And that's why Aaron Rodgers and LaFleur pissed each other off, because LaFleur is modern and he sees what defense you're in by running motion. He makes you declare. And there's a whole bunch of pre-snap stuff. They get to the line with 15. Aaron Rodgers want to get to the line with 8 seconds and just go.
But this is the thing. And I got a cousin who's a Steelers fan. If you let Russell and Justin Fields walk out of that door, you're going to let 2 starting quarterbacks walk out of your organization for Aaron Rodgers, who has basically tormented every organization he's been with for the last decade. Do you really want to do that to yourself? And Steelers, let's be real. Y'all stuck around with Ben Roethlisberger too long. This is going to put you back behind the 8 ball.
We'll see.
But I'm going to leave it alone.
It is what it is. And finally, the Cowboys pull off a stunner with Cooper Rush and a half a defense. They win 34-26 in one of the wildest games I've ever seen. I think it was 10-7 going into the fourth quarter. And you ended up getting just play after play after play after play. The Cowboys were 10.5-point underdogs. They were supposed to lose by a lot. And then you had the just wildest stuff,
struggle.
Which I told y'all, Redskins. Shout out to all 32. I told y'all, all 32 media, all 32 football. I told y'all we had a good conversation via the comments in their posts about Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury, who's doing exactly what Cliff Kingsbury does for the first 10 games of every season. He is going to be amazing, and then they're going to be ass-tacular. And I told y'all Dan Quinn is going to change the culture. He's a culture changer. Yeah. And then after that, that's it.
Howard D?
Yeah. Then after that, that's it. Like, and it's the same thing here. Like, you have, so the Cowboys were winning this whole game. They finally... This is inexcusable. Now, Turpin is the fastest man in the NFL, I believe.
He hit circle. If y'all play Madden, especially on place, that's circle. When that's the exact.
So for the audio experience, this is when Turpin catches the ball. It's 20-17. Commanders have come all the way back, and we just knew the Cowboys were going to fold. And he catches the ball, runs, it hits the circle as it spins, and sprints to the sideline. And that was it. Once he got, you real fast when you catch the ball at the goal line, and by the time you at the 25, it's over with. Ain't nobody can see you. That's it. I still got 75 yards to go.
And
watch.
The spin is so deliberate that if you're a video gamer, you can tell circle. And it's the quick tap. It's not the long press. Quick tap. I need to change directions immediately. Now I'm gonna tell y'all.
Wait, hold on. I stopped it here at the 21. You knew he was gone right there at the 21-yard line. You knew it was over with. It's over with. There's nobody. I said 25 earlier, right? That's the 25. There's nobody else in front of him.
79 yards of people chasing. I don't know if y'all good at math, but that's a long. Look at the little poor kicker.
He had a terrible day. Kicker had an awful day. So they did this, and then they came back and scored. Jaden Daniels really might be clutch because they can't. And Terry McLaurin, there's your football version of just a guy, just another guard, Donovan Mitchell. Terry McLaurin, they go and score again, and then the kicker misses the extra point. And it really wasn't his fault, though, but he missed the extra point. Bad snap.
So this is the thing. Same thing that I look at when I see the Steelers, I kind of look at when I see the Commanders. You can front run, you can mostly be good, but there are going to be teams that just going to get your goat. Same thing when I saw the Steelers. I said the Ravens going to beat y'all. Y'all might have more wins than them. Y'all might be a better team. When the rubber meets the road, they're going to beat y'all. Cowboys.
Yeah,
now I gave
opposite,
y'all
actually.
I gave y'all a little bit more expectation because Dak wasn't playing. But for y'all to lose with and no Dak, it's a psychological thing. I also think that Dak's out of Dallas. I think that they need to go in different directions.
Pittsburgh got everything but the quarterback.
The thing about Pittsburgh is you got to make the right decision. You don't have any losing seasons because it's Tomlin, and you got to pick the right guy, and you got to hope that the right guy doesn't go somewhere else. That's the other problem, which is also very real. Is you got to hope the person that you pick, the other guy doesn't go somewhere and be a world beater. You don't really want to pay because you're going to have to pay Russell. You're going to have to pay Russell Wilson.
Russell our age. He's 38. He ain't about to go nowhere and be no world beater, dog. It's not going to happen. Because when you get to 38, 39, 40, one injury is the end. And then you're going to be stuck because you're going to have to pay him. I think Pittsburgh for Dak Prescott would be crazy because Dak Prescott's best years, he had a reliable running game, he had a good tight end, and he had a good defense. And they added in the receivers. He would have George Pickens. He would have, what's the other receiver? God, I can't think of his name. Anyway, he would have George Pickens. He has the best defense in the league. He has Darnell Washington, Najee Harris, and the other guy. He has Freiermuth, and there's another receiver. They got everything you need.
And you have Mike Tomlin, who's he's a 9-8 guy. That does the majority of that gets Dak to the playoffs. Day one, which is good. But
no, they need another receiver. Never mind, they need another receiver.
Which, you got the draft and you got everything else, and call Miami and get Jonnu Smith. That's the answer. I don't know how Jonnu Smith did not make it to Pittsburgh, bro. If you don't take your ass to Pittsburgh next to Arthur Smith, he loves you. He might love you more than your own parents.
Yeah, we'll see. So the Cowboys, all of their seasons are over. That's mess, but all their seasons are over. That's
what we really here for. We hate the Cowboys. Y'all are a mess. It's ghetto. We hate the Giants. It's a mess. It's ghetto. The Jets, keep letting Aaron Rodgers make all your important decisions.
Real quick before we go, because we're not going to do basketball. I'm going to cut all this other stuff. We'll talk about it maybe during the break. Bo Nix, Rookie of the Year or not?
Yes, at this very moment. But this is the answer. Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels, Commanders or Broncos. Whoever finishes the season with more success gets Rookie of the Year.
Oh, it's Jaden Daniels because the Broncos are in the division with the Chiefs. So they're not going to win the division. The more than likely the NFC East is going to go through Philly or the Commanders.
Who the Broncos got left?
I think this would be the ultimate, and I mean the ultimate FU to the league, to the Saints, to the draft board. If Sean Payton can turn Bo Nix into a Rookie of the Year. Remember, we criticized him for drafting Bo Nix.
Browns, but you don't know what you're going to get. Colts.
You don't know what you're going to get.
Chargers.
Loss.
You lose to.
I don't know. The Broncos, Tom, he's in a groove. If Sean Payton can figure out that he can beat you, like he can out-coach you, he's going to cook you.
Oh, I want 100% to think the Broncos can beat the Chargers. The Chargers lost tonight. And you see how the Broncos beat us?
The Broncos deep. Well, that's another conversation for when we come back. I don't believe in Jimmy Lake or any of us right now.
No, you're right. But what I'm saying is, and the Chiefs could probably be like last game of the season. Chiefs are probably already in there, right? So they're not going to play their guys. Man, Bo Nix could easily win this Rookie of the Year.
Kobe Young returns to practice at Georgia. Ooh, thank you. Got that 6'5" receiver back. But, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of episode 168 of the Splashcast. Happy Thanksgiving. I believe it'll be after Thanksgiving by the time we talk to y'all on Saturday. I might cover some stuff. Well, no, I'm not because I'm going to be traveling. So, we got a lot going on. Y'all stay tuned. Next week, we can't wait to talk about Cowboys-Giants sad matchup, Eagles-Ravens, Rams-Saints.
We get
football.
Thanksgiving.
You got Texas, Texas A&M, Georgia, Georgia Tech, Boise State, Oregon State,
Rivalry
Michigan,
week.
Ohio State, Clemson, North Carolina. I'm sorry, Clemson, South Carolina. Notre Dame, USC is going to Notre Dame, USC, Syracuse, Miami has a chance to just destroy the college football playoff.
That boy Lincoln Riley, I got one job, and that one job is
You
to
beat
ruin
Notre
things for
Dame,
everything.
you will if Notre Dame and Miami lose, that will I mean, you might as well put the whole SEC in at that point. That's it.
Yeah.
Especially if South Carolina beat Clemson. Ooh. Yeah.
Clemson can be had too. If I'm telling you, if I'm South Carolina, I'm zero bliss in every play. I'll make y'all have the worst damn. Hey, we're gonna either get it or we're going home early. One of the two.
Yep.
We finna do
But
something.
no, if we ain't miss anything, take us out.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank y'all for rocking with us and through my camera issues, through everything else. Number one. More Black Baseball. Also, shout out to Mike Harris. He got married. Was it last weekend? Shout out to Mike Harris. More Black Baseball. Number 2, more Black Cowboys and Cowgirls. Once again, I thank everybody for supporting the Black Cowboys and Cowgirls, especially with the Bill Pickett Rodeo, all of the Bill Pickett Rodeo tour, This traveled everywhere. I've seen a ton of people support that. We greatly appreciate. And then finally, number three, the Historically Black College University. And your cousin went to, your auntie, your uncle, the people who used to sit in the back of church and laugh and kiki with, please send some money over there. The Historically Black College and University in your neighborhood, the one that you go to for homecoming, step shows, or just to be around your people. Please send some money over there. And then finally, the greatest learning institution in all the world, the Hampton University. We're asking for $18.68 on behalf of the year that the university was founded. Also, we just got a really, really good football team. We have one of the best HBCU football teams in the world. Support us and support the podcast. Splashcast 36 Pack will be out Wednesday. You can go back and listen to the last one last week. Denzel Curry. I know y'all heard Kendrick Go Crazy. Denzel Curry, excellent album.
I've been listening to that album for a while. That Denzel Curry album is fire. I told y'all about it. I was like, have y'all listened to this? It's a double disc. I was like, have y'all listened to this?
Yes. And Blast put out, I think, a deluxe. And Blast don't miss quietly. He makes 30-year-old good, we just in a place together music. Y'all need to check him out. BLXST Blast. Outside of that, adios, mi amigos. God is love.